Hello! Hi! Welcome in.
Hello!
Fluffling. I'm fluffling. Who am I?
You're VoidDoll.
Oh, yeah.
The best and brightest.
The dumbest with the smoothest brain, but we love her anyways. That's me.
Smooth brain.
Smooth. Nice and smooth. Yeah, hey guys, welcome into my channel. I am VoidDoll, your storyteller, your dungeon mistress, your dark reigning queen. I still have a young puppy co-host, so if you hear him barking in the background, which I will absolutely try to mute when he does so, he's just adding to the ambiance. He's just barking barks so that you can know that he's there, and he's a very handsome boy. Still growing brain cells. Now,
Some vampire has a real cute ghoul. That's all I'm saying.
with that being said, welcome to the trilogy, hopefully the finale of Unclaimed Nights. No rush to my players, though if you don't reach the end, no, I don't want anyone to feel rushed. We can always plan another session and cry together. I didn't mean for this to be so long, but you know what? It is what it is, and I think it's great, and I love these characters. So, hopefully the finale of our dear sweet chronicle here, where we are a Camarilla campaign. You'll be able to find all 3 episodes soon on the YouTubes. I just need to do a little finagling and finish a couple of things, and then they'll be there in your podcast format for your listening pleasure. With that, don't forget there are stream loots that you can use to quote-unquote attack the stream, aka have some fun, give your players some benefits. There are Vampire the Masquerade cards if you would like to check that out. You can see the exclamation marks below. Also, you can grant inspirations by subs and resubs. Now, these are a little different for Vampire the Masquerade, but still fruitive and valid. They also help me keep the lights on and food on the table. So much appreciation for anyone that does support, but never feel like you have to. I'm just excited that you're here to share in this chronicle with me, and I with you. Now let's meet our coterie, starting with the one and only Striker Sly.
Oh, it's me, and I'm not prepared. That's okay. Hi, it's me, Striker Sly, your intergalactic spice trading fox, and I trade spices for information, and that definitely doesn't mean what you think it means. But the rest, well, that's just classified. And if you choose to accept this mission, just kidding, it's gonna blow up in your ear in 3 seconds. Anyways, I play 𝕤𝕚𝕤𝕚. Now, 𝕤𝕚𝕚 is a very interesting, strange lady, I guess you could say, but if you haven't heard much about them, that's because they're probably lurking in the shadows waiting to jump out and turn into stony, marbly ash. I look forward to introducing them to you as we play. I'll pass it over to Vincent.
Hi everyone, I'm Kron, your local resident gremlin, and I am playing Vincent Martin tonight, your resident Sombra. He's breaking onto the scene, so to say, and I will pass it to Luke.
Hey, I'm Luke Anime Memes here on the internet, but tonight I'm playing Private Investigator Butch Holiday. And I'll pass it on to the one and only Jackie.
Hello, I am playing, my name is Jackie. I am playing Elyssa, the good girl who, I guess, is a vampire, but, you know, everybody's still human, right? And I believe that's everybody, right?
Or good Cheshire.
There we go. Sorry, Spectre. Cheshire, your turn.
It's okay. It's okay, because I love Elyssa and I would forgive her for anything she did. She's infallible in my ass. Hi, my name is Spectre Zero, just your average time-traveling dimension hopping android, but in this game, I just play Cheshire. And back to you, Dolly.
Hello, hello. Let's hit that recap for us Luke and Anime Memes.
Okay, so last time, we all finally met up at the behest of our good Sheriff Virgil. we got to meet one another, and we also met with the seneschal, a Miss Beatrice, a very curvy, beautiful woman. She let us know that the prince is missing, and it is our job to track her down before a big formal event in a couple nights. So we all got to meet up, introduce ourselves to each other. We were promised fabulous rewards and really bad things if we fail to live up to the seneschal's expectations. We had a kind of a rocky start. Some moths were killed. Some romance was done.
My moth!
We got to learn a little more about each of our characters, but you'll have to go back and watch again. And we ended up with my good boy Butch trying to convince the seneschal that he should be the next primogen. And he also heard that his sire was back in town. Back to you, Dolly.
Tonight's chronicle, its finale begins precisely where we left off for a brief interlude before we move the story forward. Everyone will get to say their final farewells, ask their questions, last moment role play in this scene that's lingering from last time scenes. And we start with Butch and your potential significant reaction to this plate of filth that has just been laid at your feet.
So Butch is gonna, with all of his might, he's gonna close his one eye and he's gonna take a moment. He does not want to have his emotional breakdown in front of the seneschal. He's just gonna push it to the back of his mind for a second, wait for permission to leave, and then he's gonna have his full-blown panic attack.
You finish the dance. It is lulling and sensual. To keep yourself composed, I would like you to roll me an etiquette and composure.
Etiquette, composure. Can I blood surge my composure to help me out?
Yep.
Let's see if I get a little more hungry. Luckily, I don't. What we get? Oh, that's good. 4 sucks.
Okay, you keep it together until the dance. With 4, however, there's only one way out of this room that is acceptable, and it's back through that hallway and into the room where the rest of the coterie is. By the time you get to the room where the rest of the coterie is, Butch, you begin to break down. What does that look like?
He's shaking. He immediately, you see him reach into the inside coat of his coat, pulls out the cigarette case, flicks it open, immediately puts the cigar in his mouth, and he starts looking for his matches. And he's just takes a couple deep breaths, and then he remembers upsetting Vincent with the cigar earlier. Puts it back in the case, and then it's just still shaking. It's very noticeable. He hasn't said anything to anybody yet. And he's just trying to take a couple deep breaths.
Would anyone in the coterie like to respond to this?
Elyssa, like, as soon as he came in and she noticed him, would have immediately run over there and just like, Butch, what's going on? Hold on. Just breathe. What happened? You okay?
I got some bad news. Apparently my sire is back in town.
Are you hiding the conversation from anyone else?
No, he's not hiding it.
Very well, then everyone else on the coterie, if you want your character to hear this, you can.
Yeah. Cheshire's listening.
And you'll see like his gloves grip up like he's clenching a fist as he says his sire's back in town.
So, did he, I don't know, hurt you? Is there anything I can do to help?
My sire only turned me as a petty act of revenge against Virgil.
Virgil is not in the room at the moment.
Were you two, like, a thing?
I was one of Virgil's lovers a long time ago.
Vincent Nicholas is listening with semi-distracted attention, but when he hears that little bit, turned for vengeance, he has a tell. The two of you are close enough. Nicholas is offended on Butch's behalf and a little angry. He hates that part of the kindred world. The petty revenge, the get-back games.
Vincent would just kind of like tap his forearm a little bit, just kind of in a this is business as usual kind of way.
He isn't happy about it, but he does school his expression. Please continue.
Are the words making any progress? Like, is he coming back to himself? He's still shaking. If he's still shaking, though, Elyssa would just go in and just, like, hug him. Just, like, try and just, like, help him regulate his breathing. Even though he's dead. She just, doesn't know what else to do.
I think he starts to stop shaking once you hug him, and he's like, I'm okay now. I'm okay. Thank you, Elyssa.
Yeah, of course. Give you a little smile before backing up. Just kind of slowly waiting to see if, like, you, what's the word? Kind of go back into the panic.
Butch is a little stiff, a little tense. But I think he's back now.
Okay. Before we move on, anything from Willa May? I'm gonna give each of you a turn, just so you know, but Willa May first.
She's kind of watching curiously, but she's also somewhat distracted. She's watching Nicholas's face, watching the reactions while just kind of hearing what's being said. But she's also caught somewhere between fascination and possession. Because he's right there and he is as beautiful as wet ink on parchment, and who cares about anything else? But something that looks as if it is poetry that is yet to be spoken. But she's still listening, because information is always important.
Perfect. Cheshire.
Cheshire just gives Butch a look and is very confused at his panic attack. Just like it's like that look of like, it's condescending. More than anything, it's confusion and condescending, like doesn't understand what's going on here. Like, what is he afraid of? Shouldn't he be grateful?
Perfect. And Vincent.
Vincent would have like initially glanced over whenever he heard the sparking of the lighter or the match going off to light, and then kind of frowned and then turned back once he saw him put it out. But otherwise, he really wouldn't say anything other than his tap into Nicholas to kind of remind him that this happens.
Okay. All right, perfect. Butch, the scene returns to you before I meanwhile. Anything else? Elyssa has just spoken to you. You feel a little calm. You've sort of managed to put some of yourself together because you did roll very high on your composure and etiquette. The simple act, that methodical taking the cigar, even just rasping against the Zippo, it helps calm you in a way only addictions can. What else would you like to do?
I think I just want to express to everyone, if we do run into my sire, he is a threat to all of us. He's dangerous, and he's not with the Camarilla.
Nicholas is the first to speak up. So he's with the Anarchs?
My sire's a psychopath. He's on his own.
That makes Nicholas just slowly turn and look at you, Vincent.
Vincent will kind of lean into Nicholas a little bit. Yes.
The look that
He's
he's
just like
giving you is kind of deadpan, but kind of like, Mutters, I don't think it's regular business. If he's a psychopath.
You kind of see Vincent go to say something, and he just stops himself, like kind of that mouth half open, and he's just like, and then he turns to Butch. What's your sire's name?
His name's Rasputin. You'll definitely recognize the big Russian if we ever run into him. And he's most dangerous with his words.
Have you brought up what he's done?
He's done so many things.
To the powers that be, though.
Oh, Virgil knows. He's a long-time enemy of Virgil. He's not good for the Camarilla either. He goes around playing God.
As this is being explained, Vincent, you especially, but also Willa. Elyssa, I'm not going to have you roll because you're just a baby. You can roll, Elyssa, if you want to know this information, but it is very much out of her wheelhouse. However, Willamay and Vincent, Cheshire, I think I would just give it to Cheshire because of the way that he was raised. But if you want to roll, because politics might kind of confuse him, that's valid. Okay? So when I say Vincent and Willamay, everyone can roll, but these two have to roll. I need the both of you to roll politics and intelligence, please.
All right.
Does this have anything to do with power structures?
Yes, you can add that extra social dice.
Okay. And you said politics and what?
Intelligence.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just assume that Cheshire knows. I don't want him to, no offense, roll intelligence. You gotta
Same, sorry. You know, I'm sort of new at this.
Yeah, so Elyssa, it's kind of a little bit over her head what is about to be realized, essentially. She would be more along the lines of thinking, poor Butch, oh my gosh, vampires are terrible. Well, people can be terrible. She doesn't really make the distinction between the monsters that are kindred, the horror that they are, and regular people that do regular bad things. Okay? What'd you guys get, Willamay and...
5 successes for Willamay.
Okay, Vincent?
Messy 6.
Okay. That is why Virgil, who is the sheriff, is not finding the prince. All of this is just a big game. Saving face, pushing forward, pulling back. It's all a board game where some of you know the rules better than others. 𝕤𝕚𝕤 and Vincent, you pick up immediately that for Elyssa, it's not conclusive vampire politics, this sire. Did you give the name, Butch?
I did. I said Rasputin.
Rasputin. Willa, you've heard of him. So have you, Vincent. He was not on what people across the sea call the continent. Here, the New World. If he's in the New World, he's quite dangerous. He hates all of the factions of vampire equally, seeking to dominate them. He reminds the Camarilla of the Sabbat, but he is not directly connected to. There are rumors with a 5 and a 6 that Rasputin knows where an antediluvian is buried. Now, whether that is true or not remains to be seen. The fact of the matter is he's deranged and crazy. He's put himself in the sun in danger before to see that what he wants, to make moves, to get to the ends by any means necessary. The masquerade only means enough that it is a shroud between him and the rats without tails. The both of you put together that Butch has probably suffered immensely under this man's hand. It is a wonder that Butch is even alive. Cheshire, just a brief explanation, because Cheshire, the way your brain works, is just a little. Rasputin would be considered a false god for Cheshire. Something, not someone, something to be put down, to be crushed under the heel of the ivory tower. Okay? Elyssa, bad man. Bad kidnapper man. Horrible. Poor Butch, right? Gets much more human understanding. Go ahead and ask any questions of Butch that you might have.
Right, so he did terrible things in the past to you?
Butch kind of rubs his hands or his gloves together, touches a little bit of his chest, and then reaches up to the eye patch as he kind of instinctually touches like a bunch of different places that he's definitely been hurt.
While Butch is doing that, Vincent will just kind of like, terrible things is probably an understatement if the rumors are true.
Cheshire looks at Butch like he's dirty.
I think
like,
Butch
moves away
meets
from
your
him.
gaze, and I didn't choose who my sire was. I liberated myself, pulled myself out of the gutter he dragged me into. Joined the Camarilla on my own. I'm a respectable kindred. Not like my sire. He stole me away from my true sire.
Nicholas says, Virgil.
Butch nods.
The expression on Nicholas's face is sympathy, almost pity. It's a little enraging to your beast, Butch. But it's very, very human. So in a way, it's also beautiful. For 𝕚𝕚𝕚, it's absolutely fleeting. It is art yet to be made manifest. Finally, in the dense quiet, Nicholas says, "I'm sorry. I know that doesn't begin to cover it. That probably sucked."
The hardness has only made me stronger. And I'll get my Virgil. You best believe that.
I wish you luck then. And he kind of elbows Vincent. And he looks at you, giving you a nod, kind of, you should wish him luck too, in his expression.
Vincent kind of gives Nicholas a look like we're going to talk in a minute.
Okay. Fair enough. Anything else for Butch or anyone else in this moment? Otherwise, I'll move on to the next kindred.
Nothing aside from Elyssa would like sit there for a second and be like, "Oh, I get it. He's your Virgil." That's it.
One other thing I probably shouldn't mention about Rasputin's operating methods. He tends to use the kine. He gets them all wrapped around his fingers. Uses them like tools. He may not try to confront us head on.
For the 5 and the 6, very Charles Manson. It fits the rumors. Methodical zealotry. All right. Then we will. Sorry, go ahead, Kron. Does Vincent have something?
I know we can move on. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're totally good.
Willa kind of tilts her head like the statue of a grieving angel. And her eyes are not necessarily looking at anyone. Very blank. Not that anyone would be able to tell that they're staring at them. But she is watching Butch. It's the story that twists and tangles like these threads and of his life stolen and corrupted by hands that did not care. And her voice is like a whisper, but it kind of floats through the air with the weight of those dust-covered pages flitting in the wind, and she just says, "Revenge is a heavy thing to hold. Heavier still when it's placed upon you without you choosing. But you survived, and that means something. You're still riding." And then she turns her head fully to look at him. "So do you want it back?" And she holds out a pen. The pen, I mean. To write the rest.
But she'll extend his hand as if beckoning for the pen. I would like control over my own story again.
Does 𝕚𝕚𝕚 step out into the light?
She was out in the light.
Oh, she was. I
Oh yeah,
imagine-
remember they were all looking at each other? Yeah.
Right,
'cause
but I
she-
imagine she
yeah.
naturally would have, this is my imagination, is that she
Oh, yes.
naturally would have
Oh.
receded back.
She did. Yes,
Okay.
you are totally right in that. She was kind of like hiding in plain sight, in a sense.
Okay, so she does kind of become less obfuscated when she moves forward with the
Yes.
pen. Okay.
Literally looking like a grieving angel.
Every one of the kindred in the room, Nicholas's heartbeat, it starts to pound. Vincent, you can feel the heat coming off of him as his eyes, they cut to her and they carve her like the stone that she presents to be. Yep, and he watches everything, hungry to gaze upon her visceral form. But otherwise, he's still. The only thing fluttering is heartbeat and the pulse in his throat. Any kindred in the room with hunger? 3.
Nope.
Whew!
Thank God. Nope.
All right. Nice.
She is, she wants to turn back and look, but she has other things to say, but she has this interest in pressing her gloved fingers to his to feel his heartbeat and to know if all of those smudged whispers and words and knowledge, if it stains her gloves like memories. She has an interest in claiming him like she would claim a piece of history, to press him between the pages of her archive and keep him preserved. She scolds herself. It's like blasphemy. Because she can feel it, the wretchedness that drips off of her with dust and cracked stone. She is ashamed. There is a strong sense of shame when she steps out of the light. Because how must she look to him? She's a relic. She's a ruin, broken marble, bleeding lips, a statue carved from the leftover pieces of something that once was beautiful, young. Everything else becomes noise.
And so this pen is pressed into your hand, Butch, by this living, or rather, unliving statue.
I think Butch takes it real carefully. Is it about the size of like one of my cigars, would you say?
It is a proper calligraphy pen. Ink still welled at the tip of it, but if you look very closely, it is not ink. It is just as black.
He puts it into the inside pocket of his coat, nice and safe next to his cigar box.
Cheshire is like eyeing Nick with such fascination, but such confusion. Like he's like looking at him as if he's the most delicious thing ever. But like doesn't know how to like react. Like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Right. So it's just with
a statue
of fascination. Cool. Hell yeah. No, I'm gonna save that roll for Cheshire for later. Okay. Ready for any questions now? Any questions of each other? Any questions for the Seneschal? Your moment in the spotlight, and we are going to slide from Butch over to Vincent.
May just asks, so what do we do when we see him? If we see him. And she tilts her head to the side, and it's almost like it's cracking. Like
I think we need to come to a decision now if we're going to fight or run. And commit to that if we run into him in any sense. I personally wouldn't mind putting a bullet in the back of his head.
I mean, a bullet might be much, but I mean, I get it. He did terrible things to you, right?
He tore out my eye and ate it before turning me.
Yeah, her eyes go dark.
I think a bullet is too merciful. Wouldn't you say?
I would, but I would accept any form of death to get rid him of this world.
Heretic.
And what use would that be if he were dead?
I just don't want him hurting anyone else again.
Will and May's not asking in like any condescending way. They're just extremely like they're actually just very curious in hearing your answers, as if they're filing it away.
He's a blight upon the kind and kindred alike. And an eye for an eye and all that.
Your revenge is irrelevant. He is a blight, a heretic upon the house. There is no running. I can't do his voice. I'm gonna have to sit down in this chair.
Yeah, you'd see Vincent just kind of a cocky little smile, looking entertained at this conversation as he is just slowly heads towards the seneschal. Just trying not to disturb what you guys are talking about.
Okay. You make your way down the hallway as they're
Oh, he would bring Nicholas with him, by the way.
Okay. It seems like he pulls his gaze away from Willett with ease, but in reality, he's burning inside. And he follows after you.
And once they're out of earshot, he'd be like, "So that conversation in the library." And he kind of like
His head
give him this.
jerks in your direction because he was looking longingly at the door that is a sliver open. Which
He
one?
kind of.
What time?
Oh, right before we left, where I said I don't believe you, but sure.
Oh,
He said it was nothing.
I lied, I guess.
Naughty, naughty.
Sue me.
He kind of squints his eyes at that, then pulls out a duck.
Oh my, why did you bring those?
Where the hell else am I supposed to put them?
You could have left them in the car.
But then they're in the car and I don't have ducks. What kind of life is that?
Do you reach out and squeeze, like, squeak him?
No, he just takes it and like gingerly puts it in his like or jacket pocket. After this, I need you to make a call for me, though.
Okay.
Yes, we're gonna ask about Rasputin.
Oh no.
He kind of shrugs, like giving Nicholas the impression like he knows who he's gonna have to call.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm on the same page as you.
I just want to make sure if we come across him, if we have to, well, if I have to, you know.
No, I understand. Bad news bears, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Bad news bears.
Vincent kind of like reaches up and stretches his arms real quick, like, okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
He holds the door open for you. There's several guards. Virgil's lounging on the chase across from Beatrice. Beatrice is slowly moving to smooth jazz, just swaying with an unseen dance partner. Her eyes glisten in light with a dark, glittering knowledge. Her gaze collides with yours, Vincent, and she smiles with those red lips, wide and unarming.
Vincent would kind of give like a quick, respectful bow as he enters. And from the way she's looking at him and dancing, would he pick up that she maybe wants to dance?
It wouldn't be a no.
And I guess my next question, for etiquette-wise, would he know if it would be respectful to ask? Or wait for her to ask?
It would even be respectful just to move. And may I have this dance? Take the initiative. Absolutely.
Okay, that's what he would do after he bows then, is he would kind of extend his hand and, would you mind if I take this dance?
Not at all, darling. Go ahead and roll a performance. Uh-oh. Go ahead and roll an etiquette and a charisma.
I didn't know what you saw as soon as you saw it. Oh no.
Uh-oh. I vocalized it like a smooth brain.
Well, that's a messy 5.
You're very good. You keep up with her. She's very good. She probably was in her heyday when jazz was booming. Yeah. And so the two of you slide and swirl and dance. I'm assuming you're here, Vincent, to ask a couple of questions, if that is to be understood. Otherwise, you would be out and about looking for our dearly departed. Not that they're departed, but are missing. Right?
That is correct. I just wanted to know if we find who did this and we're sure of it. Would you like them taken care of?
How initiative, how forward thinking of you. It would be all right. You have permission. In the event that you need to break our tenets, to do so for the benefit of the tower and her people.
He kind of gives a nod to that, and then, not so subtly, would you like it done in the way that we can take care of it?
So long as I don't hear about it in the papers. And she leans forward. Your unique family's way.
He just nods to that.
It's permissible. You are authorized. Now, twirl me like I'm your wife.
Oh, he definitely does.
You
He
get
understand.
a little lost for the next like 5 minutes as the song continues, and then she's chuckling and she's roused the blood so her cheeks are a little rosy, and she says, "That was delightful, Vincent." And every time she smiles, her fangs flash, and one of them is diamond studded. She's quite proud of them. Do you have any other questions, darling? Are you thirsty by chance? And she sachets to the wet bar, where she pours herself a very thick drink in a martini glass.
Oh, I would love to wet my thirst a little bit.
Did you want your particular brand? And she kind of motions to Nicholas, who's sitting by Virgil. Or a vintage that I have.
I'm up for trying a vintage, and I need him in tip-top shape.
You see
tonight,
that
so.
she's got, literally had a scalpel. One of those old-fashioned ones in her hand that she flips closed and puts away. Well, fine then. Let me know what you think of this. Gift from a friend. You might know him. Recently acquired a kingdom.
Oh,
And she pours from this very medical looking bottle. And she says, and she hands it to you. Take a taste, darling.
he'll gingerly bring it up to his lips and just take a small taste,
There is a very
like he's sampling
faint,
a wine.
very faint lingering resonance. And blood outside of people almost immediately loses its resonance. Amazing what those Tremere can do, isn't it? When given the right amount of time, the right environment.
That is delightful.
Isn't it? Someday I'm gonna convince that man to visit my kingdom.
He just takes another sip, kind of like intrigued by how they were able to get that.
Does he ask any? You could ask if you'd like.
I don't think he would. I think he'd be curious about it, but I don't think he would directly ask.
Okay. Okay. Then, after you finish that glass, she pours you another one. It's very good. The resonance isn't anything to really like affect your disciplines, but it's just lingering there. And then she talks casual. This woman loves society. It's very obvious that she loves society. And
He would take
small talk that comes with it.
he would take the time to like fill her in on some of the stuff that's been going on, not like playing his hand, so to speak, but playing that game of the small talk back and
She
forth.
loves it. Loves it. In fact, you think she lives for it. You think she rises each night looking forward to the little juicy tidbits that she can collect from the kingdom. It's 100% her style. After all the small talk, is there anything else for Vincent with this seneschal? Any other specific questions? Any narrative branches of lore he might want to discern?
No, he's here to do this job, so.
He's here for a good time, not a long time. Mm-hmm. All right. And then get
Would Virgil be lounged like where he's on the way out the door?
slightly close, but he's like off to the left of the door. So he's the complete opposite of the minibar where you and Beatrice are talking.
So he'd have to go out of his way to see him.
Yeah, it would be an awkward couple of steps from the door because he's so far away from it on the opposite side of the minibar that it would be like, It'd be obvious you were going to talk to him, but that's not necessarily bad etiquette at all. I mean, Nicholas went to sit by him, and they've been having a hushed conversation.
I guess seeing Nicholas by him, Vincent would go towards him kind of to get Nicholas, then go.
Okay. As you approach, they're
And-
literally talking politics and numbers and investments.
Oh.
And then they both look up when you arrive. And Virgil has this dazzling smile. Says, I knew that your family was affluent in finances, but I did not realize your ghoul was so particularly good. He has recently given me excellent market advice. Thank you, Nicholas. You are as smart as you are handsome. And Nicholas just shrugs and waves a hand in the air like, nah.
I mean, he is quite skilled in a lot of things.
I can imagine.
But yeah. Oh.
Virgil's eyes glitter. Nicholas kind of coughs on the soda water a little bit and looks, because he's sometimes good at hiding his emotions, but other times he's not, and he's a little bit of a scholarly grump, and he just frowns. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression that
Virgil.
never break a kindred's dream. I know who you belong to. It just could be really fun. I like smart boys who blush my favorite color. And Nicholas just deadpans. I am not blushing.
The thoughts? Tell us. Oh.
What? Hello?
I
You went
think you
robot
broke
for
up for a
a
second, yeah.
Oh no, did I break up?
Pineapples!
Hello?
Pineapples!
Oh, no, hold on. Hello?
Hello, Kiwi, 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 Kiwi! Wait, Kiwi! I can hear!
Hello? Hello? Oh god. I'm adjusting.
You're
I'm
back.
adjusting. Okay.
Kiwi!
Hey,
Kiwi!
you're back.
Good.
Kiwi,
That's good.
Kiwi!
Hey, what's up? What'd you miss? What'd I say? What'd I say?
Kiwi!
Get out of the bedroom.
It was the middle Virgil said. You meant robotic.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What was it that he was saying?
The last thing you said before you broke up was like basically how he likes to think about it, even if he knows it's not attainable.
Yeah. He just hushes Nicholas and, you know, did you hear where he said, I just have a type of smart boys that blush my favorite color?
That's where you broke up.
Okay.
Is during that.
Yeah, he says that, and Nicholas deadpans and says, I'm not blushing. And in fact, his pulse isn't heightened at all. There's no reaction to Virgil at all. Just that scholarly, like, almost ace reaction of, nope, I'm good. Virgil has a slight frown. Well, regardless, the compliment is yours. Vincent, could I speak to you for a moment about something a little less frivolous? Please.
Yes. Is it someone we can talk about here, or?
Yes. It is something the Seneschal is aware of. It is about the young man I had with me. His name is Cheshire. And he was raised with a particular set of members in the Camarilla. Some of them you may know is the judges and justicars. Not actual justica, but in righteousness, not so much title. He made some mistakes which are being dealt with. should his life be fit to continue, I am going to need Kindred to train him in etiquette and life. A tool cannot know the value of the shelf in which it is placed, in the house that it is homed. It cannot know the value of a gentle hand without anything to compare it to. A good owner, a bad owner. His mind has been molded, I think, for a very long time. I am investigating exactly his past. But again, I have a sweet spot for smart things. His intelligence is in the way he has honed himself to be a bladed weapon. But I wish to expand his horizons. To get to the point, Vincent, you have access to some of the greatest tutors in the world. Your sire is very predicated on your success. She is hung up on it. Respectfully, she is consumed by your forward progression. I would ask someone held in such esteem, who is also down to earth. He glances at Nicholas. Perhaps could shelter Cheshire. Teach him when this is said and done. If that is not something that you are able to do, I understand. I would just like to help the boy. Help him not be a tool.
Yeah, Vincent softly nods. I can help him and direct him.
I would owe you a favor in exchange.
He just kind of nods at that, knowing what that kind of weight brings.
He holds out a hand, a gloved hand, palm up to you.
Is the intent, or is he giving like the intent for Vincent to take his hand and shake?
Yes.
Vincent will reach out and shake his hand.
It is a firm grip, and you actually catch a whiff of his cologne. It smells like the ocean mixed with the deepest verdant forest. This smoky-edged scent. Thank you. And I will keep you updated on his fate. But I believe that there is hope. And then he explains to you, Vincent, why he thinks there's hope. He saw this violence held captive by a street kitten. He saw the beast ready to crush that life, that fragile host of dreams. But instead, it stopped. It was curious. And it was so innocent, the way Cheshire examined that kitten. Virgil believes that there is hope. And if there is not hope, he tells you then he himself will stake the boy and leave him for the sun. But if he can avoid that grisly fate, I would rather see him bloom into something beautiful than die a beast and a monster.
Vincent's just nodding as he says that. No, I agree with you. It sounds like he can be. But keep me updated on his fate. And then Vincent will kind of lean in a little bit to him. Also, Butch talked about his sire.
Ah. You need not to worry about that.
He kind of gives him a look like, are you sure?
No worries. No worries.
Okay.
He just says, I have a personal vendetta.
And the look in his eyes, there's the creature. There's the beast. You see it twist like a serpent, which is different than other beasts you've seen. Any other roleplay for Vincent?
He would kind of lock eyes when that happens and just knowingly say, I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Perfect. I appreciate it. And you're cool, and you are welcome anytime. In fact, I think I would love to have the two of you as guests to my villa. It is where myself and Cheshire will be staying, along with... Well,
And he adjusts his glittery vest.
we shall see. I bid you adieu, handsome boys.
And Beatrice says, Virgil, I have a question for you.
Yes. Excuse me.
And he walks all the way across the room to her. And the question is really dumb, but you can listen if you'd like.
He will listen.
Okay, she's got her phone, and it's not so much like a just a for fun social media phone. This seems like it actually has like some kind of purpose, but it is a little weird, right? Camarilla having phone, but it is kind of necessary. The phone looks a little burnery as well, a little untraceable, or what have you. And she puts it in his hand. And you assume it's hers because it's painted the same color as her fingernails. But then,
Definitely pineapple.
Pineapple.
oh no, is it, hello? I gotta make sure this is plugged in.
Yeah, it was really bad as soon as you pulled out the phone.
Kiwi.
I wonder why it's doing that.
I think it's Discord actually right now.
Is it?
The connection's real low.
Oh, it is Discord. It is.
Yeah, it's real bad right now.
Okay, let me.
Oh, there it goes. It went back to normal.
Is it good?
Back to
Okay.
normal. Kiwis. Yes.
Okay, so
It just took a second.
the long short of it is you think it's her phone at first because it's painted the same color as her nails, but it isn't. And she says, "Is this your phone?" Because the sticker is, and when she flips it over, it's a glittery phallic sticker. It's got a bow on the top, and Virgil flushes. And he takes the phone, and then she pulls out a little card, and on this card is taped a Polaroid. And she says, "Do you think that this would match my skin color?" And it's literally Virgil in a dress. And Virgil snaps it as well. It's like,
Where did you, Why do you have these?
and she just chuckles and says, "Oh, I just found them." And that's when you exit.
He'd kind of like rib Nicholas a little bit as they exit. Giving away all your secrets, huh?
What? No. Just financial advice. He literally wanted to invest in the Clayton portfolio, and I told him that it was essentially a scam, because it is. It's a scam, and it's a lie. The Clayton investments are terrible. You should go with Raymond. That's it. That's all I said. And then I explained the numbers, and... Stop looking at me like that. Why are you smiling like that? What is this gleam in your... are you being malicious? Do you have malicious thoughts right now? Stop it. I like numbers. They make sense.
Oh, I like that you like numbers. We've had a discussion on this.
I don't know why I'm
You
getting...
told me about these portfolios the other day.
I did, yes, and they had a little bit of a change
what?
today, but not exactly. But anyways,
But I can't be excited that you enjoy something and you got to share it with somebody else.
I never know with you. Anyways, Vincent, wasn't that weird? I feel like that was a little power play by the Seneschal right now. The phone and the picture. I don't think she likes something that the sheriff is doing. His eyebrows lift. We'll talk about it later, but he taps his nose. I don't think they're on the same side.
I mean, everybody has their own agenda.
Virgil does not strike me as the type as own agenda beyond getting laid. Anyways,
Vincent kind of shrugs a little bit at that, like, you're probably not wrong.
I'm telling you, he wiggles his fingers near his face. My spider senses are going off.
Can we call them Nicholas senses?
No, that's weird and embarrassing. And then he opens the door to the rest of the coterie for you. And we are going to slide over to Miss Elyssa.
It's not a lot. She's in over her head. She's just doing what she can. And she doesn't want to like go out or interact with anybody that she doesn't know if she has the right to do so, right? I don't know if that makes any sense. It's like the rank thing. That's all she knows. It's the rank thing, and she's at the bottom right now.
Hello?
So,
I got... Whew.
hello?
Yeah, sorry, my Discord was like... so I was like, hello? I heard you, but like, it was... Anyways, okay. If Elyssa wants to
Long and
ask...
short of it is... Oh, go ahead.
If she wants to ask Beatrice questions, she absolutely can. Beatrice invited the entire coterie, one at a time, to ask any questions that they would like.
She doesn't... The thing is, like, she doesn't even know what question she needs to ask.
That's fair.
Right?
She doesn't... If you want, she can just roleplay with the rest of the coterie. You could have her pull out her little shears and be like, did anybody else get a weird thing? You know? Or, like, have her, you know, check her little phone on Little Man. Or, you know, whatever. Like, anything you'd like.
Right. Right.
Right? It's hard being the baby.
I think if Butch notices that Alyssa's uncomfortable,
Yes.
he'll actually go up and kind of put his arm around her shoulder and try to comfort her, just how she just comforted him, and just kind of stand with her just so she's not alone.
Aw, okay.
Right. Thanks. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do in these situations. Like, what should I avoid? Like, all I know is not to talk unless somebody talks to you. Oh shoot! I did it again.
No, you're okay with me, Elyssa. There's a lot of rules, and sometimes it's okay to show a little initiative. It's just best to make the opposing party feel that they're properly respected.
Right. So, would I like add a sir or a ma'am to that, or
Depending on if you think the
should I
person would like
say you're Detective Butch and just say detective instead of your name?
you can just call me Butch.
Right.
I was a little distant to start with because I don't like to give out a lot of personal information. People tend to use that against you.
She looks at the group. I think they're pretty good, though, right? I mean, there was that incident with Cheshire, but I almost feel like he's panicky, you know?
I might be a little paranoid. I have a bad experience.
Concern crosses her face. Do you want to talk about it?
Do you really want to hear about it?
Of course. I only know that you offered to help me when I didn't have anything to give. And I'd like to give something back.
Ugh. You've
And
already
then
given me
she sees
something.
that. Yeah, she sees that on your face and says, but also, you're my friend, so tell me.
I'm happy you're my friend.
She waits expectantly.
I learned a lot of things from my sire, as much as I may talk bad about him. I have seen him weaponize the smallest flaws against another kindred to hurt them emotionally for the most petty of reasons. So I just like to keep things safe, you know? Sometimes advertising that two kindred are friends, one will try to hurt the other indirectly through friendship, you know? And I know you have important things you have to protect. You know, I'd never want you to get hurt because of me.
I appreciate the sentiment. But I think I'll be okay. Speaking of, I think this might have something to do with what we're doing, but like she pulls out the shears. Did you find something? Or were you given something
He'll
before
pull
coming
out
here?
a little rusted key that he had. And then he'll turn over to the rest of the group. Did any of y'all come across anything strange like this?
Willa looks over to see what they've pulled out. And silently draws out her own, I think it was a rusted bell.
Yeah, Vincent slides across the table the disc.
You mean Cheshire?
Cheshire?
Cheshire. Oh my god. What did I even say? Good lord.
You said Vincent.
Oh my god. I was looking at
You just
Vincent.
You just want to be
I wanna
Kwan, and I understand.
Everybody's characters is like so cool. That's why. Because I was
The
like
training is working.
No, damn. So yeah, Cheshire slides across the disc and just kind of like nods and crosses their arms. Like as if they have no idea what the fuck this is.
I think Butch would actually like to use one of his powers.
Okay.
He wants to. Let me put it into the roll 20. I think it is. Which one is it? That's a real question.
You can see that Willa May has a pen and some parchment and is sketching and labeling and writing notes about each of the items that you have pulled out.
Are
This
you
little
doing
tiny
this
notebook.
like so everybody is like can see you writing
Yes. Literally sketching these pictures and writing.
on the table? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I
Cheshire's
get a
just
little more hungry.
squinting at the paper right now.
The power I'm using is called Spirit's Touch. It lets me touch an inanimate object
Okay.
or the ground at a location, and I can sense emotional residue left by those who have handled the object or visited the location in the past. The user gains insight into not only that person, but also what was done and under what circumstances. While rarely crystal clear, the information often provides leads impossible to gain from regular forensics and deduction.
Okay.
So that's
So what are you? Which one are you touching?
I'll do my key first. Intelligence plus aspects. Power bonus. Yep, I'm starting with my own key. Oh, that's big money. That's double crit for 9 sucks.
Oh dang. Okay. 9 sucks. You're starting with the key.
Mm-hmm.
For narrative's sake, roll me a wits and awareness, please.
With no awareness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also good at that. That is 6 sucks with another critical.
Six with another critical. Okay. Let me think of how I'm gonna word this. Okay. The key has passed through many hands, but all of them have been loved, have been trusted. Let me look at your power really quick. It isn't just one person that you gain insights on. It's several. But these persons have all been trusted. They have been imbued with a trust that this key represents. The key itself does not go to a door, neither does it go like a window lock. Neither does it go to a chest. You see a cupboard. Almost a wardrobe. Thin and narrow. Tall enough to fit a person, but not wide enough to fit someone well endowed. Something special, meaningful. The feeling, the resonance is a nostalgia. It's sitting on your front porch, listening to the crickets on a summer night. It's swinging on a tire swing while your grandma makes lemonade. It's everything that makes that white picket fence worth hunting for. Worth being a monster for.
That's ridiculous.
I think
I
that's
think
it
I
that you
might
get.
have.
I think that's what you get. I think that without spoiling, I think that's really good. The other thing to note, it's fuzzy, right? But it's got that cupboard, that tall and narrow cupboard that could almost be. It could almost be a grandfather clock, almost. But it doesn't. But it doesn't quite fit right. But yeah, it's hard, right? It's blurry.
Mhm.
It has a celestial arrayment, a relief carved and burned into the wood that is done by a skilled and talented hand.
I think Butch is going to keep that object in his mind and be on the lookout for it. for this key. And he's gonna announce to the group, I think I may have an idea of one of the objects we're looking for that goes with this key.
Right?
In this time that like Butch was, how long did that take for Butch to like analyze this?
Honestly, he's standing in front of Elyssa for like a minute or two, like unblinking. In fact, his eyes start to kind of dry out.
In that moment, I would Cheshire would have used Unseen Passage. Is it gonna appear? Did it appear in the? Okay, cool. And would be like kind of behind Willa May, looking at what she's doing.
I should have mentioned before that Willa May was also kind of in the shadows because they weren't sitting down at a table. They would like stepped out, but they automatically sync back in, so you'd probably sync with them.
Okay, so like he's like kind of like okay, and he's also hungry. And so he's just kind of like watching like your paper, like he's really watching like the pen, and he it's like he's like trying to figure out what you're doing, like trying to figure out what's happening right now, like with your writing. It's like kind of like a cat just with a laser pointer, if you will. So he just watches you very silently. He just watches your paper and you write your squiggles, whatever it is.
Is he attempting to read what's there?
Yeah, but his reading level is not much higher than a first or second grader.
Okay. So,
That one int, everybody.
so he's picking out pieces unless Willa is purposefully obfuscating.
Yeah.
Nope. But they definitely are writing in a cursive calligraphic type of writing, so
Oh yeah, he can't read that.
it's
DM
script.
straight up, he cannot read that.
Okay. So it's beautiful. It looks like beautiful pictures.
Yeah, and to him, he's kind of thinking like, why is she just stabbing the paper? Like, I don't understand. Like, what is this? Mm-hmm. This is like what people do for fun. They
It's
just, like,
fascinating. Okay, I understand. I got you. Elyssa, when Butch blinks, he suddenly returns in front of you. What do? Still your turn.
You okay?
Oh, I was
I
just
think I
using.
lost you for a second.
I was using one of my powers to see a little more into what this key might have for us.
Right. She kind of looks almost disbelieving at that's something that Kindred can do. Right. So, what does that mean?
I got a idea of what the object shape-wise might look like for if we come across it for my key.
That's pretty crazy. We can do stuff like that? She says as she gets real close.
Oh, we can do all sorts of crazy things. It makes me really unfair when I call myself a detective.
She's almost in like shock. And she's just because like she's like, wait, hold on, I can do things. Hold on, what can I do? Hold on. And she just like tries to activate like whatever using her mind. Nothing happens. Well, right.
If you're interested, I'm sure I could teach you a little bit.
Yes, please.
It does involve an exchange of blood, of course.
What?
It's the catalyst to be able to learn the skills. I don't think your clan is quite renowned as seers.
I only drink animal blood.
I mean, if I offer you a sip, would you be opposed?
I mean, a little bit, but, you know, I guess I'm willing to try.
I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable. You can think about it.
Sure. Yeah, let me think about that.
Of course, I don't want to pressure you.
So, does that mean you can do that for mine as well?
Yes.
Is it just like you can just keep doing it forever? You don't have to worry about anything, sort of thing, or is there like a trade?
Have you ever heard of the blood bond? That is something to be cautious of. You don't want to get caught up in exchanging blood with another kindred. You might fall under to that. It's a way they could try to manipulate you.
So if I drink your blood, you can control my mind?
It would take several times, and it's more of an emotion. You'd fall kind of in love with me in a sense. Be hesitant to disobey anything I said. You need to be careful, Elyssa. There's a lot of rules and tricks in this game of being a kindred that you need to be aware of.
I know the rule thing is like huge here, but you know, I was just trying to avoid the whole thing. You know, I got, and she leans in real close. You know, I have little man, right?
I know. I looked into you. I see a lot of myself in you, in some regards.
That doesn't make me curious about you. Maybe we can talk about it later? I think we have to solve whatever case is coming up.
Of course, and I'm not a big fan of sharing around strangers. But I could trust you.
Just smile at that and go, you know, find somewhere quiet unless they're waiting. I guess they're just waiting, right? She would probably just like pull out a pair of sewing needles and just knitting needles, sorry, and just pull out whatever she has and start working on it.
Okay. And then we'll meanwhile over to Cheshire.
Yeah, he's just looking at Willamay's paper. Like, doesn't know what she's doing. He's like, ooh, stabbing paper. He thought she had a weapon. and this is like, oh, it's just whatever this is. It's weird. It's very swirly. Maybe it's code. And then he thinks that maybe this is like magic. And so he's trying to like memorize, like he's like thinking like, oh, this is like some magic script. So he starts squinting and like kind of getting closer to the paper.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck, dude?
How close are you to Willa?
Like he's crouching, like he'd be like over your shoulder, and then he just moves like to next to your arm, and I think he's gonna start getting in your way, because I think he's kind of like mesmerized by this like weird magic script that you're writing. Yeah, basically. For him, it's like, oh, you must be Tremere, right? You must be Tremere, or like you must have magic because you're old and you're a statue. And so like, yeah, he's, you would have to say something.
Because you're a statue. I'm sorry. What the fuck?
Cheshire has one hint, okay? He's people small brain.
He's just a baby.
Oh my god.
He's a very dangerous cat. He's a very cute old cat.
That's okay. She's not offended. she definitely like will stop writing, and her voice, it's like it's echoing inside of your head, Cheshire. Like it is not really coming out of her. It's like she's a ventriloquist doll. I'm just going to put it that way, if I can say that, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And she just starts, like, she starts quoting things that she was writing down. They all change, only we can't. Likely it's certain. Didn't you see them? I suppose I did, but I don't know them. Yes, you do know them. No, I don't know them. We know them, I tell you. You forget everything. Unless they're not the same.
I don't know them. Do you know them?
I too pretended not to recognize them, and then nobody ever recognizes us.
Well, it's because we're in the shadows. Of course nobody recognizes us. And he's looking at you like really perplexed, like, duh. Like, of course no one's gonna.
Tell me,
Is this...
what is your favorite story? You seem curious about what I'm writing. Would you not like me to tell you what I'm writing about?
And he looks at you as if no one's ever asked him that question before. Like, he says, is this not your magic?
And she smiles, and her lips split open, and there are cracks along every seam in her face. The smile lines, they crack open, and in between, and like where the wrinkles would be, where your smile lines would be, are just lines of blood, and her lips are bleeding. And it is a genuine smile, but it is terrifying.
He just looks at you and he's like, story.
It is not magic, but I guess in a sense it is. Magic of word, but not a magic that only I possess. It is a
Like-
magic unchained.
Tremere? I don't.
No, silly. Even mortals have this magic.
Mage.
She cracks her head sideways, and it's eerie, and her eyes are blank, just white like her skin. Do you not know what a story is?
Story.
A tale of words. A life written on paper.
I know the words that I need to know. The one
She looks at you curiously.
I know the words they told me to know.
So you have no words of your own.
Why do I need them?
Because everyone has a story to tell.
And he looks at you as if that's like the biggest brain moment ever.
Everyone's story is to be written, to be cataloged, to be archived, to be remembered.
And he
And I
shakes
do
his head.
so hate when stories are left unfinished.
My story is not meant to be known or finished.
I am a secret, a shadow. I am for one purpose, and that is to serve. There is no story for me. I am not a player on this field, but the dirt in which you walk on.
Just a heads up, Spec, you gotta be louder again.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
He speaks. I'm eating the mic.
Just put it in your mouth. That's what she said.
Put it in my mouth.
Willow's
And
eyes linger on Cheshire. Her head tilted just so, the way that one observes a peculiar line of prose, one that refuses to fit neatly between the margins, her favorite spot, in between the lines. And your declaration is sharp. It is a thing of finality. There is no story for me. And a moth flutters near my shoulder, and it whispers against my cheek, and I step forward even closer to you, slow and deliberate. And she smells like old parchment. And her voice is like a secret, barely above a whisper, but sharp enough to cut through the quiet. And yes, if you are listening, like I would assume that this conversation was happening like simultaneously, but yeah, 100% you could probably be listening if you want. But her gloved hand, it folds in front of her. Cheshire, you can see that she puts her pen into her hair, and her notebook has just disappeared. We are written the moment we are born. And even if we close the book, the pages still turn, Cheshire. Even if we burn it, the ash still remembers the shape of the words. And even in the shadow, even in silence, there is still a record. Perhaps you do not wish your story to be told, but that does not mean that it ceases to exist. You say there's no story for you, but then her voice is almost conspiratorial. It's like sharing this lost secret over a flickering candlelight. But you're here, aren't you? And isn't that proof enough that there is a story being written? For even those who walk in shadows leave footprints. They just take a keener eye to find. Perhaps you are not the one telling your story, but it is written all the same. You and no one can stop the ink from flowing, no more than you can stop the stars from burning. Whether you wish it or not, you are here, and that, dear Cheshire, is enough for a beginning, for a tale that is already being told. It just depends how the rest of it continues on.
so a story is like history, but in blood.
I
Is
guess
a
that's
story the boy? Is he the story? Well, why do you look at him so?
her face has no expression, and she just says, "How cheerfully he seems to grin, how neatly spread his claws, and welcome little fishes in with gently smiling jaws." And then she looks down at her hands. Look at who like what?
When you look at him and he looks at you, something changes. It fills the room with this scent. What is that? It smells good.
She turns to face you, and her hand reaches out very gently. Her hand is gloved, and you hear this almost scraping like chalk on a chalkboard as she moves. Scent is a curious thing, isn't it? The way it lingers, the way it clings to memory. Scent and memory, scent and longing. It's like when ink meets parchment, it leaves a mark, permanent, irreversible. I imagine when he looks at me, something is written, although I'm not sure why. Perhaps what you smell is longing bleeding through the cracks. And she's looking at the cracks in her own skin on her arm as she's showing you, as if it is a moving painting. Maybe it is the scent of possibility. It is such a dangerous story.
Are scars possibility? Do I have lots of... And he rolls up his shoulder and you see his arm may not be cracked in that way, but there is scars from like the gloved hand all the way up to where he rolls up the sleeves, as if he's kind of like looking for the first time at like you and him, and he's catching like every other word. Like he doesn't get your poetry. He just thinks that maybe you're just comparing scars, and that's... And then
she goes to touch your arm where your scars are. Will you let her?
Yeah, he's like, and he says, "My apologies, for you touch uncleanliness."
What I touch is a story still being written. You are just the parchment, and these are the stories and words. And she looks at you, and she is staring right at you, but it is just this blank, creepy statue that looks back, her eyes empty.
I think like it's like the color of his eyes is an icy blue, and it's a small pupil, and you just realize it doesn't move or change shape. It's just looking at you. Like, and the only reason why you can tell he's expressing is because he moves his head as if like trying, and then he says, "I don't understand what it means to matter or what a story is. But if you say it is, then it is."
And I say that it is.
Then,
although that shouldn't matter much.
Of the Justicar, so it is written, as you say. And it's, I don't, actually, could you do an insight check?
Sure.
Because I'm not sure how much info to give you. Yeah. Insight and intelligence.
My insight is so shit. It's just
Don't worry, so was my
socially
intelligence,
dumb. He's like, how do I communicate with people?
I like how two socially dumb characters are trying to talk to each other.
Okay, that's 3 successes. That's not so bad. I'm glad I have a high intelligence, but good God.
You think? Okay, you can definitely tell that he didn't understand everything you said, but you can say that he is acknowledging you because he's acknowledging your authority. And so it's not like a deeper, you don't think he got it 100%, but he's definitely acknowledging, he's acknowledging it in the way that he knows, in which he acknowledges you as someone who is more important than him, and therefore whatever you say must be truth.
So she does get that from him?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, just like, would she really? Oh, God. I appreciate your observation. But let's be clear. I shall say this not in the words of philosophers or the writers of the past, but in those who speak clearly. In her gloved hand, it almost smooths over you, like she is wiping the dust from the spine of a book before brushing it with this deliberate grace. You are acknowledging that what I see and what I sense is truth. You understand your role, but you and I are very much alike, not one above the other. For we are both shadows, both whispers, both unseen. Whereas I am the keeper of stories, even the ones that haven't been written yet. It does not mean that you serve that which is written. You are the writer.
I do not write. I can't write. I am a keeper. But
Then we
my
are
story.
the same. You are a keeper, as am I.
No, I am a keeper of blood and sins. And he rescinds back. He recoils back and kind of like moves away in the shadows, and he's gonna try to stealth away. He's like, oh boy, this is too much. This is too much. Oh boy, no. This is too much, like, for him. It's like, it's scary. New thing scary. He doesn't believe he's an equal, and so he and that scares him. That you would acknowledge him as such. He doesn't know what it means to be equal.
If you try to get away, she would probably reach out and pull you forward, and it is a little vicious.
No. He is running away from your truth. And if he has to, he will use another discipline. Like,
okay. She's probably just gonna have like one of her butterflies with you, because she's literally, as soon as you say that, she's like, the keeper of blood and sins. You speak of blood as if it is a cage, a secret to be kept in shadow, and yet I have written with blood inked the sins of men and monsters alike. Stories that would make the gods of your Bible tremble. They spoke of Sodom and Gomorrah, fire and brimstone, cities turned to ash, but that was a mercy.
You might not see him, but he is definitely starting to cover his ears, because the idea that there is anything but the Bible that he has known is absolutely terrifying.
She keeps walking forward. She doesn't know where you are, but she's gonna keep talking. She's on a roll. This is lecture Willa time. She's in it. Tell me, Cheshire, and it's like echoing. Have you ever seen the ink of a blood oath dry across vellum, watched it burn itself into the fabric of a soul? You see, sins are not merely kept, but they are catalogued, annotated, written down in the margins, so that they never, ever are forgotten, and even those who try to erase history. I have taken their words and I have rewritten them. I am not just the keeper of words, I am the archivist of damnation, and I assure you even the gods would hesitate before turning that page. Now, do you wish to
Stop
trade
reading
verses
the
with the devil's
sins on my
librarian?
body, for they are written in blood. I can't. For Grimmer is God and God is with me.
Keeper of blood and sins, we are the same.
Stop. We are not the same. And he's gonna actually try to get out of the room.
Okay. As Cheshire moves
yeah.
out of the room, I'm not going to make him roll anything. All he has to do is open the door and close it. And what matters is what door. Does he step out in the lobby or does he go into the hallway?
Which would be the closest to him?
The hallway.
Then uncharacteristically, he just goes for the closest door instead of like looking where he's going.
Okay. So Elyssa and Butch's conversation were happening at the same time that Willamay and Cheshire's conversation was happening. So when Cheshire dips, he sees Vincent and Nicholas coming from that long, narrowed hallway, and the two of you not so much collide as meet. But Cheshire, you're obfuscated. And it's right here that we're going to take a very quick bathroom break, and then we'll slide over to Willamay's turn. Don't go anywhere. All right, 𝕚𝕚𝕤. It is your turn. You're torn. You're torn. The door gently clasps like hands held by a lover, and you are looking at the blank face of the doors. What do you do?
Very observantly, without much emotion. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Okay, sorry. Without much emotion, she tilts her head again slightly and considers, and her fingers are twisting together, gloved and neat. And she speaks to the blank doors. Perhaps I've spoken out of turn. Or perhaps he simply has not yet learned to read. He didn't know what a story was. How interesting. And then her voice is caught between this confession and this lament. I used to know how to explain things with clarity. It was easier then to make the words matter. It's been so long since I've spoken plainly. And you just see these butterflies and moths that are just now kind of covering her shoulders. All these years buried beneath metaphors and mysteries, I seem to have forgotten how to be simple. Perhaps I myself need a message, a lesson in simplicity. She's kind of just like reflecting on her behavior. And she's just kind of tilting her head thinking, and then steps back into her shadow. Just watching, observing. Her head shifting back towards the center of the room where the others were.
Right
Are
now,
any of you looking at her?
yeah, right now in the room, it's only Butch and Elyssa.
Yep. And literally 𝕚𝕚𝕤's head is kind of like her whole body just shifts to look at them.
Which is actually, he catches, like, eyes with you.
That's
Like,
what I
he
was going to say.
definitely
Like,
listening.
okay, if you are looking at her, she'll meet your glance and just, once again, it is eerie because there is no reaction in her eyes. You cannot see anything. There's no expression that can be made. There's no pupils to enlarge, no color of irises, nothing. But you can feel her gaze on you.
I think Butch wants to understand, because she has been a little bit cryptic, and I want to use another power.
I don't want to be rude, but I haven't really understood a single word that came out of her mouth.
She is quite poetic.
Oh, that's so amazing.
I'm going to use Scry the Soul to try to understand this strange lady.
I'm not strange.
I don't get more hungry, luckily. By focusing on a person or vampire, I can perceive the state of that person's psyche as a shifting aura of colors, or is revealed little precise information, but do provide regarding many subjects, emotional states, resonance, supernatural traits. If looking for a specific condition, the vampire can cursorily scan the crowd and detect it. And then it's aspects, intelligence versus composure, and subterfuge.
You're going to
So
scry the
I'm
soul
rolling
on
against
Willa?
you?
Yeah, I'm trying to describe the soul. I want to understand her more. It's just my paranoid nature coming out. I have 6 stocks.
Okay, so Willa, you'll be rolling
What do
against him.
Okay.
It's composure subterfuge for you.
Okay. Subterfuge, you say. Okay. Just one crit. 4.
So that means I beat you by 2. And then I get to ask questions and get them answered truthfully equal to the margin.
Can she tell you're doing this to her? Would
let
she
me
know?
Check.
I think.
I don't think it does.
They
actually.
can make a deception or detection roll, right? If they have sense the unseen. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong ability. Sorry.
No.
Mhm.
Against Scry the Soul, it says it right in the description. So, you're shifting auras.
They're asking if can
Willa May tell?
see? Yes.
Yeah, hold on. I'm
What do you want to know?
So I'm trying to give it to for Sly to describe. I'm reading it out loud so that I can explain it to Sly. Okay, so how it feels for Willa, because you failed by 2, is almost like her own intrusive thoughts. Does that make sense? Like it's a pressure that pushes on the membrane, the curtain of her brain, and then it just peeks through a little. Willa May, I'm sure you, having played Mads, Sly, you know that when you scry the soul, if someone has diablerized, there are black veins within the aura. Being the little dabbling psychic that you are, if you would like to describe the color of your aura, you are welcome to, based on her mood or the resonance of blood she last drank.
It's a very good question. Whose blood did she last drink? Which student?
That
No.
depends. Now, most students, most scholars, I believe it is melancholic. So, the long short of it, Willa, you do not know that you have been scried the soul. It feels like your own intrusive thought.
Okay. I guess a few things, intrusive thoughts that are constantly in her mind. Especially now that this is the first time that she's stepped out of the shadows and...
Something else to give you for explaining, melancholic is hand in hand with the element earth. And very old kindred use those elements, not the melancholic, sanguine, phlegmatic. They use earth, fire, wind, right? They use that to actually make cataclysmic or very far distant changes. And because Willa May is from the Warrens, you can use that in your description for something, maybe some kind of simile or some kind of information, right, that Butch is looking for. You don't have to make it easy for him at all. Okay? Take it away.
Oh my god.
I know. I just gave you a lot. I'm so sorry.
I guess the very first... Okay, let's do it this way. We'll do it in layers. All right? So on the surface, Butch, on the surface, there is this... Oh, this is hard to describe in a super strange way.
Whatever you do, I will add to as well. So.
Okay. Okay, so there is this... We'll do the first surface is this light of an old candle on the edge of a burnt page. It is that orange, yellow, pink colors, a longing, the colors of unfulfilled desire, of death, and it flares. It is a quiet and soft, melancholic burn, like ink spilled across old letters that have never been sent. If you look further along the edges of that burning amber, like ink stains bleeding from an ancient manuscript, there is this dark, shadowy color, the spreading of liquid ink. Is it doubt? Is it paranoia? You would have to look closer, read too deeply. Those ink stains are pulsing. And beneath that, beneath those ink blots, there is a tendril of a deep red weave like ribbons of blood. It is not the blood of anger, but the blood of guilt. Perhaps regret. And even further still, there is this free-flowing, almost like water, a purple, pulsing flare pouring over ancient texts. Purple, a very interesting, very royal color. And the gold of a throne enshrouded in the purple.
What you know, and Sly might not even know this. You know without a doubt that she has the supernatural capabilities to feral whispers. You know without a doubt that she has not diablerized in the last year. You know without a doubt that she is a kindred. You know that her resonance is melancholic. And you know that she is under the influence of magic. And it is not blood sorcery. Wow. The moth just starts growling all of a sudden, and 𝕚𝕚𝕚 has to hush him. Shh.
I think there's a second of surprise, and but that he very quickly tries to hide.
The moment that it registers and you try to hide it, 𝕚𝕚𝕚's stone face turns to look at you, that intrusive thought coming from your direction. Her eyes beguile no direction as to her internal feelings. But before anything can be said or done, Elyssa, you recognize something has happened between these two much older kindred. It's uncomfortable for a moment, causing you to grip your shirt in a nervous gesture, and then the door opens. Nicholas, and 𝕚𝕚𝕚, her face snaps to him, as if pulled by an unseen tether of destiny. And Nicholas holds the door open for Vincent. There's a flash of Cheshire. Oh no, he's obfuscated, so you don't see Cheshire. And Vincent, the Seneschal, the last thing she called to you down the hallway just now is if there were no more questions for all of you to make your way to the address that Virgil gave Nicholas. And that she looks forward to hearing from the rest of you before sunrise. So Vincent, you step into this slightly tense moment. I need you to roll a wits and awareness to see if you catch what has just happened.
No, right?
Does Cheshire hear the lady?
Oh yeah, Cheshire would have heard her call down the hallway. Yes, without a doubt.
That is 3 sucks.
You miss Butch's minuscule reaction, but you don't miss 𝕤𝕚𝕤 turning to look at Nicholas. 𝕤𝕚𝕤, before Vincent roleplays, makes the word that you're ready, that the Seneschal would like you all to go if you're ready. Anything else for her?
Ooh, when she sees him, oh yeah, she has a intense reaction. You have to realize, I think, for people who don't know, that 𝕤𝕚𝕤 has been watching Nicholas for a very long time. It sounds really creepy because it is, but her head snapping in that direction, it is eerily fluid and very sharp, like the turning of a page caught in a sudden draft, and the butterfly wings brushing against her skin. His name is a whisper on her mind, and she is caught in his movements. She locks onto him with an intensity of a hawk sighting its quarry. She watches how he walks, the grace of it, the way his hands brush against his sides, and she wonders what it would feel like not to turn to ash if he were to touch her. He is leather and dust and quiet ambition. He is mortal, and he is real. He is flesh and breath and life. And she is so achingly aware that she is just marbled ruin. And her voice, and she speaks to him. I was beginning to think you were a ghost, my Milo. Here and gone, whispering through the stacks, but never leaving a mark. But here you are, ink made flesh. My little scholar.
He audibly swallows. It's better not to leave a trace on history already written.
So then you're simply here to read it?
To bear witness.
There is something hungry in her gaze. And then she straightens, this picture of composure, still in the shadows.
I wish for nothing more than to continue to bear witness.
His pulse flutters, and he exhales, pupils dilating as he watches you, 𝕤𝕚.
But there is some history. If I could reach it, I would touch.
She will step out of the shadows right in front of him.
He doesn't flinch, but he does
That
blink.
surprises her.
He does blink. And his gaze roams your face like an impressionistic map.
If only you could touch this piece of history. And she falls back into the shadow.
Now's your cue, Vincent. I mean, Vincent could even be like, by all means, would you like us to leave? Like, that's also acceptable.
He just clears his throat. Just like...
Nicholas
Anyway.
shakes himself and steps behind you.
We've been asked if there's no more questions to go to the address that Nicholas has. He kind of motions behind him with his head.
Nicholas
then
just lifts up a
scans.
piece of paper.
He kind of scans like everybody in the room, like seeing their disposition, like from their stance and everything.
How does everybody
So-
look? Pretty good? Pretty tense? Pretty invested?
Confused, not sure whether to protect or to stay out of the way. Things were tense for a second, and she's just watching everybody. As you said, wringing her hands.
Butch still has that tension from bringing up his sire, but he's clearly invested and he's got that reward on his mind. And something else, but...
And then for Vincent, Cheshire's missing right now.
Yeah, Cheshire is just is outside, like outside that room.
You gotta just suck them all up, dude.
He would kind of make note of that and be like, where did our other companion go? Well, he's like making eye contact between Butch and Elyssa.
I think he used some form of obfuscate.
Hmm.
Does Cheshire does he appear when everyone's kind of questioning, or at least Vincent, where he is?
I would say Cheshire just steps behind, like, because Vincent's with his back to the door, right?
And then Nicholas behind him.
Oh yeah. How tall is Nicholas, by the way?
6 foot, 5'11".
Oh yeah, like Cheshire towers over Nicholas, and so by like a solid like
Hey,
5-6 inches.
He's a good sized
Cheshire's
guy.
a tall.
Don't you call him small? He's not Kappa. He's not Kappa.
Kappa cute. So is Nicholas though. But like the point is that he kind of like after regaining composure and having his little like mini like getting attacked by words and statues, he like having his mini little panic attack. He kind of like opens the door, doesn't unobfuscate himself, and just when he realizes it's Nick, he just smells him. Seeing if
God.
he smells the same. Yeah.
Yeah. For Cheshire, he smells like beauty.
And so
It's I would say Cheshire might also like this scent. Okay, I'm describing the emotions, not the actual scent here. But it's not for him. In his mind, he's convinced himself this scent is not for him. Right? Like he's unworthy. But it's still fascinating, right?
So he kind of like kind of like when you go over to like kind of leans and like looks at Nicholas to see like what makes him so special. It's like maybe there's like some magic there too. There's like why everybody like Nicholas? Why do they want him? Like what does he got? Is he dangerous? Is he fast?
Fast,
And so he kind of like
fast
looks for
fuck,
weapons.
boy. Look at me in my new sneakers.
Yeah, pretty much. He's like, what weapon? Concealed weapons. Like, what is his power? Like, what is this, Nicholas?
Okay. So does he reach out to touch him, and that's how he appears, or?
Yeah, he'll reach out and he like pokes his shoulder.
Nicholas jumps, turns, and paper to his chest. Found him, Vincent.
and then looks to Willamay. Is this your magic? And your stories too? And he like looks at Nicholas, like analyzing something, and it looks like a cold stare. Just trying to assess like how can I say? How dangerous is Nicholas? Clearly. Before looking at Vincent. Should we get going now? I don't. And he kind of steps back. And he's going to be very still.
Vincent would kind of spin and just be like, well, I guess if there's no more questions, then we can go. He kind of like side eyes Cheshire as he does that.
You hear Willamay's voice from the back. Has anyone ever read Sherlock Holmes?
Nicholas, yes.
She chuckles. No surprise.
Slightly blushes.
Has anyone gathered any of the basic information? Or have we simply just jumped to the end of the story?
Is Sherlock part of what we're looking for?
Are you talking
No.
about her job, or are you talking about this room?
What do we know of the prince's whereabouts prior to the disappearance?
They checked everywhere except for his mansion, right?
And what else do we know?
I know all kindreds hold secrets.
Then we waste time. Let's talk as we go. Right? And he looks to the room.
Once we get there, it'll be to my skill set to help determine what has happened. If
So
there's
you
any
are the
clues to be
Sherlock
found.
of our tale, Butch?
I would see myself more as a Hercule Poirot.
Cheshire does not know what you're talking about. And he's looking at you like, what the? Like, what?
Do you know what a detective does before he ever presumes to solve the mystery? He understands every detail, every piece before he jumps to the end of the story, the conclusion. Now I'm curious, do we have all of the details, or are we just moving forward? Precise date, time, who last spoke to him, was it public, private meeting? Where, when? It needs to be recorded. We have not checked. Yes, go ahead, sorry.
Just as she's speaking, Nicholas kind of lifts his hand a little, almost like he's in class, and he recites information that he and Vincent would know. The last time he was seen in public, or she was seen in public, and then the last time, rumor accordingly, she took a personal guest on a moonlight soiree.
Butch pulls out a notepad and pulls out the pen that Willamay gave him and starts writing this down.
So, and that personal guest was almost 27 days ago.
She asks other questions like, was there any evidence of violence, misplaced furniture, spilled ink, broken glass? the scene, setting the scene like a book with torn pages. She is literally listing off these things that they should know, like a grocery list, because she is. I'll say this is one of the things she does, is that she is just ensuring that all pieces of information are recorded, documented, detailed. Every bit of knowledge is important for the puzzle. And the last thing she says, who benefits from his absence? Who stands to gain by the prince's removal? The throne crashing.
Nicholas
Because
lifts
motive.
his hand.
Perhaps here is not the best place we should be discussing this.
His
You don't want to
eyes.
get all accusatory.
His eyes are burning because the walls have ears.
Shall we walk and talk?
I think that is a good idea.
Right.
And then, if you take Nicholas's advice, he has more roleplay. Otherwise, he won't say anything else about what he suspects in that room.
No, I like
She-
taking his advice.
Yeah, Vincent would just like look at everybody and we can talk in the vehicle.
She, in that moment, quotes a line from Samuel Beckett and talks about the pebble in her mouth and how she just left it there to be a remembrance of listening. For rather than use words, she will simply listen, the pebble a reminder to stay silent.
Does Nicholas drive, Vincent? Or do you? Or do you take someone else's vehicle? Do you walk?
Nicholas would drive, but he wouldn't drive directly there. He'd drive and then park a few blocks away.
Okay. And this stone, does Willa May have a physical stone that she like sets in the room and then follow after them, or is she holding it?
The pebble in her, like with the stone, the pebble in her mouth?
Yeah.
Oh, it's symbolic. It's like a metaphor.
Okay, so it's
For-
not an actual
yes.
like, because I was thinking like literally like a piece of her broke off and she was like a tooth almost.
Oh yeah. It would be. It is metaphoric, but she does do it in that sense. If that's what you're wondering. Yes, I was just saying like there's like it's just a very nice polished stone. Yeah.
Okay, so she's physically got it in her mouth.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted a visual. All right, it tastes like earth, sand, and heat. Okay. As Nicholas is driving, he let's resolve Cheshire finding or not finding hidden weapons on Nicholas first. So as you're walking to the car, I think Cheshire would, just for chronological, I think as you're walking to the car in silence, Cheshire would be able to deduce or not deduce based on what he got. So what did you get on your wits and awareness?
He got a 5. Also, like Nicholas would be the first, but
Okay.
as they're all walking, like towards the parking lot hallway, like just in that
Willa May
place,
would be
he
moving
take-
through the shadows obfuscated. And so there would be very
Yeah.
little like visual.
And to be honest, she was kind of avoiding Willa May. She's like, she got big words. Scary.
Okay.
Um,
Right, naturally. No,
and
that makes
so-
sense.
And everybody else though, like Butch and Elyssa, he'd be looking, and Vincent, he'd be like, all right, what are we working with
Okay,
here?
then I'd like you to roll 3 more wits and awarenesses, and I would like Elyssa, Butch, and Vincent set your own DCs and DM them to me, please.
So for Nicholas was, all right, so this is for Elyssa. A 3 for Elyssa.
Mhm.
And then for Butch. Oh, I'm gonna re-roll that. No, I'm gonna use. Thank you, Dur. I'm using that re-roll because I only. Yeah, no, that was terrible. I got 0. And a. Oh, that's a good one. A 6 for Butch. I think that's almost as high as I can go.
So I'll answer Nicholas's first, and then I'll go around. So yes, you rolled high enough. Nicholas is armed. He has a very he has a very well-fitting harness under his clothes.
Okay, so
Well, his
Cheshire's
jacket.
all right, Cheshire's like, okay, good. We're not like going in like empty-handed. We're like some of us are armed. Okay, cool.
Okay. And then for Butch, in total, you got a 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Butch has a shoulder harness and then hidden knives. You're fairly certain. Shoe, thigh holster, etc. Probably some other tricks up his sleeves.
He's wearing pants, right? Mm-hmm. So is the thigh holster like under the pants or over with covered by the jacket?
The clothes are dapper, right? They're very modern, yet there's a smoothness about them that is decadent and aged. Hidden zippers with a 6. Easily open. Or
Okay, so
maybe they're even
Cheshire's-
snapped, but it's quick access. Oh, yeah.
All right, so Cheshire's like, all right, we're not going in empty-handed. This is good. And then with Elyssa, he only got a 3.
The only thing Elyssa has are her hands.
Oh my god.
And if she showed you a set of rusty ass shears.
Cheshire sticks by Elyssa.
Okay? And then what did you
I
roll
don't-
for Vincent?
For Vincent, oh shit, I did not roll. It's
okay.
Oh, who's Vincent? What?
Honey pie, sugar plum.
Well-
Honey pie, sugar plum. That is
That's
what
only a
Vincent
4.
is. You have no idea. In fact,
Yeah.
the closer you look at him, the blurrier his physical visage becomes. Like the edges
Alright,
are
yeah.
just unseen and unheard whispers.
Yeah, Cheshire is gonna stick close to Vincent. No, stick close to Elyssa and just have his eyes on Vincent. Like,
I mean, these aren't big.
I don't know if you could protect yourself, but at least people can't really see you. But for Cheshire, he's like, oh my god, this woman, like, what is she gonna do? Is she gonna karate? And she actually is like, just starts staring, like, kind of almost like a glare at Elyssa, and is like, is she like karate? You know, she got muscles. Like, what
Right.
is?
She seems very slight, very delicate.
Oh no!
And then all at once, you make it to the car, you climb in. It's silent for a little bit. And then Nicholas speaks. With the prince missing, the seneschal and the primogen have the most to gain. The primogen council would pick the next prince, but that's not always true. You see, a wise prince. No. A smart prince rules with fear and strength, but a wise one rules with wisdom and respect. The seneschal is a favorite to the primogen. I make it my business to know. And he kind of nods, like it's because of Vincent. That's why I didn't want to say anything in that room. But
my suspicions are lessened because it is the Seneschal that is sending us to find the prince. But what worries me is there is not a clear delineation in what we do with the prince when we find them. But perhaps I am just suspicious of shadows.
There's one person you forgot that stands to benefit.
You? Because I did
Not
consider
me.
everything you had to gain, Detective Butch.
Well, I guess me, actually.
Nicholas,
Unless he's going to say the sheriff.
Nicholas smirks, but it's not vindictive, and
The sheriff. If... Curious.
The sheriff holds a lot of power.
Originally, I did not suspect him, however... He could be a cloak and shadow. He's quite friendly, disarming, but I suppose that makes him very good at his job.
There's a reason he's sheriff.
He would have quite a bit to gain. You're correct. Could I ask you why exactly you're bringing that up?
And Cheshire, while they're talking, you're remembering what you witnessed. You're remembering Virgil speaking with that rough and tumbled, longer-haired, slightly handsome thug.
I may, in fact, love that man, but I also have to do right by the Camarilla. You have to think everything through. I'm trying to be a proper role model for the younger kindred among us.
Thank you.
I have a question. Are we all in the same car? Like, is this a van? Are we like...
You sure are all piled in the same car.
Is this an S sedan or is it a van? That's like a genuine question.
I would imagine it's like some kind of SUV, but what would it be, Vincent?
It would probably be an SUV. Nicholas would have probably thought ahead and grabbed one.
So you all fit, but you're cozy, knee to knee in some cases.
Cheshire looks at Vincent. Your ghoul honors you with his observation.
Vincent kind of nods, looks over at Nicholas, then back to Cheshire. Yes, he is very good at everything that he does.
Is this why he is a story?
You fish and whatever spot though? I haven't really tried fishing.
He kind of narrows his eyes a little bit. Can you explain what you mean by that phrase?
He seems important.
I am. Without me, he wouldn't be able to order anything from Amazon. Even the stupid bullshit that he decides to pick. Like the godforsaken ducks.
Wait, Amazon? What is Amazon?
It's alright.
It's like, you know,
eBay.
Or stores like Walmart, or like
eBay. Stores, yes, like where people, not where ghouls buy things.
Oh, anyone can buy things as long as you have the currency to exchange.
Blood?
Typically they use money here.
Money? Like, okay, cause it's how can I put it? Like, he understands the concept of money, but it's like what kind of money are we talking about? What currency?
Money.
Is
Does
it
his
not
face like
your
look
goal
confused?
Cash.
Gets
Vincent,
things.
get my wallet out of my pocket and show him. He like
You,
adjusts.
you
so
hear like the
can't-
seatbelt unclick, and then Vincent just
Immediately
like
it's
fully
like,
reaches
bing,
over.
Bing, bing, bing in your pocket because you bend. It's like from the duck.
Is this normally how you drive?
Well, and with an astute posture, absolutely. And he like kind of lifts his butt a little so he can pull the wallet out of his back pocket. It's black leather.
And Vincent just like awkwardly like reaching around him to get it because for some reason he keeps it on his left side.
Oh lord, that is so awkward.
No, your ghoul is your wallet.
Best friend, but yes. Ah, what are you doing? Don't stop! I'm ticklish. Stop!
Friend.
Hey, I told you to put it in your front pocket.
It feels weird. I'm a lefty, okay?
Man, I'm buying you a new
So-
wallet.
Actually,
you're
I'm
buying you a new
ambidextrous. I can use both hands with
Is he
fluidity
not?
and grace.
That's what she
So,
said.
who said?
It-
She said?
It-
Who is
it-
she?
It's a joke.
Like, haha, D's nuts. It's a joke. It's funny. Haha.
What is these nuts?
Oh.
Uh,
Nicholas looks at you. You look at him.
I don't
You got the wallet in
understand
your hand.
And he goes, I don't understand how this relates to the mission.
It. I'm not. I can't. Vincent, I can't. I can't.
Ghoul,
no,
are
I
you
want
not-
to touch that too, but I'm not
Is he
going
not
to.
a wallet?
No, we're trying to explain. We're trying to explain everything.
How can you be friends with servant?
Because
Servant.
without him, I can't do what I need to do.
He's
And-
useless. Is what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
Without me, he's useless.
So you
Pretty
dishonor
much.
your clan.
No.
My clan can't do specific things, and that's where he steps
Right.
in.
Uh-huh.
And in return for that, he
I
gets
am
the benefits as well.
surprised
Yeah, I'm
you
like
do
an
not
extra limb.
control him.
I'm not a fifth leg, though.
What about a sixth leg?
No. That's a dick joke, Vincent. He's not ready for that.
I do not think additional legs will help us here.
But what if they help us run faster?
Flesh crafting is strictly against Camarilla policy.
Oh, wow.
That will-
Do you know what a joke is?
He just looks at you like,
Yeah.
I do not have time for such luxuries.
Look at that.
with
We're
these
here in the
parts."
parking lot. Click, blinker. Click, 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 click. Here we are. Gonna park now. Look at that.
Cheshire, we're gonna have to talk a lot. I have so much to teach you.
As Nicholas parks, he puts his palms in his eyes, and then turns.
I feel you could benefit also from my teachings. You are confusing, unarmed. You may get hurt.
I have two arms.
And your ghoul,
Nicholas lifts up both hands.
I do not think
Two.
he's strong enough to defend you. He seems weak and small.
He can hold his own, trust me.
He just deadpans, a little offended by that.
I
Shuts the
also
car off.
worry about this one. And pats Alyssa's and looks at Elyssa. Do you know how to use a weapon?
She like looks at everybody and just says, "Do I have to?"
And Cheshire nods.
It's wise to have one.
She doesn't need one. This is just a domestic call, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Vincent
It's-
just stares at Nicholas. Like,
It's
you
best
know
to
that more
prepare.
can happen.
Okay, Nicholas reaches across your lap. He reaches all the way across and pops open the glove box, and he's awkwardly lingering on your thigh. And then when he pulls the weapon out, he clips you in the knee, in the funny bone. So it's like, ah! And then he hands a gun to
Shit.
Elyssa.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, how about this?
You
And he
can use this.
pulls out a switchblade. From where, you have no idea.
I'm serious. I'm good.
Okay, we're going really old school. And he goes back into the glove compartment, pulls out a sock filled with rocks.
What?
Don't ask.
Is that one of my socks?
It is.
I've been looking for
Right.
that.
I guess I'll take it.
So-
Here you go.
Right.
Your servant does not know how to do laundry. Interesting.
I mean, he steals my laundry, apparently.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
See,
I'm going to get out of the car, and we're going to start walking towards the mansion. Yeah? Okay. I don't know how to
And,
do laundry. Are you kidding?
Cheshire looks in the glove compartment to see if there's a baton.
Nicholas closes it on you and is like, "Excuse you, sir. Do I know you?"
Your ghoul is rude.
You s-
And
You
You're
can
rude.
you can talk to him directly. He's right there.
Yeah, everybody here.
He's not like some
know?
third world person.
Cheshire
Exactly.
looks at Nicholas and says, "Do you not have a baton for the lady?
do, but she wants the rock sock.
I think a baton would be more her style, or a taser, since she."
I'm good. I am not going to be like, I don't know, hitting anybody, right?
opens the glove compartment and starts taking everything out of it.
Hey, he's like hitting your hands. Hey, no, bad, rude, not your car, rude. Get your hands out of there.
He catches your hand and looks into, like, gets real close to your face. And he's
God, are you too good at kiss in front of me?
Oh, please don't. Please don't.
And he drops your Nicholas's hand and his gaze, and it just takes all the weapons out, takes all the non-lethal ones, and starts like putting them in Alyssa's pocket. And then looks to Butch.
I'm good. No,
You
okay.
seem
I guess we're doing this. We're doing this. Okay.
What was that?
And you seem nods to Butch.
The whole
You will
time
take well.
this is happening, Nicholas is giving you a look, Vincent, like an angry wife that's like, bitch. Are you going to say something? Just so
And
you
then
just so
looks
you know.
at
He's
and
just
can't even make eye contact with 𝕤𝕚𝕚. Like Cheshire just like nods, but like it's like looking directly at her like lap or wherever she is. Very clearly intimidated by Willoughby.
Vincent just gonna give.
Your words are your weapons. Let's go. And just walks out.
Cheshire
And
gets out of the car,
then-
and Nicholas motions. Huh? Huh?
Vincent just kind of like rubs his eyes with his hand. It's like,
Can I just give these back to you? Like, I'm good with the sock.
at least take the baton or something.
The taser's
Cheshire
actually not a bad
will-
idea.
hold on. Okay, thank God. Cheshire is gonna secretly try to put like stuff in Alyssa's pockets.
Okay, so you kept some of the weapons, and you're going to put them in her pockets as you're walking. Okay,
just
cool.
just specifically the taser, and just trying to slide the taser into the pocket, because like for the success of the mission, Elyssa needs to have something on her.
All I'm gonna say, Vin, I don't like that this guy assumes there's gonna be violence. There might not be any. Also, he manhandled me. If he had wanted to steal my money and your phone, I wouldn't have been able to stop him.
Vincent's just holding the wallet up as he says, "Steal his money."
You let him accost me, and you watched, you voyeur. He takes his wallet back,
Hey,
gets
hey.
out of the car. I don't want to hear it. No excuses.
I have to agree with Cheshire though about we have to be prepared just in case.
Right. I mean, worst comes
You
to
never
worst, I'll
know.
just run away. It's fine.
Well, I mean, worst comes to worst, whoever potentially did something to them could still be here. So
Okay. That's fine. And he grumbles
If
under
we
his
run into
breath
trouble,
as he closes
Elyssa?
the door. I just didn't want her to be uncomfortable, but who cares? Let her be uncomfortable. It's fine. She might kill herself with her weapons because she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing, but don't mind me. I just have an IQ of 170. Don't mind me. It's fine. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Elyssa, if
Vincent
you're
kinda
in trouble.
yeah, Vincent kind of spins to look at Elyssa. Do you feel uncomfortable with this?
Oh wait, this is just the other starting.
You talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a little bit. I'd prefer not to have a weapon, but I'll hold one. Yeah, I can hold one. It's great. I'll hold one.
You
Just
shouldn't
this
feel
one?
pressured. If you don't feel like holding one, just come to me if there's a problem. I'll protect you.
Right. See, I have the nice detective here. He's more than capable.
I did survive World War II.
See, that's pretty amazing. And she actually, because he said that, she does take the opportunity to leave the rest of her weapons there. All right, thanks. Leaves.
Vincent
We'll
just looks at
follow.
Butch. That's your responsibility now.
It's okay. She's my friend. I'm willing to take that responsibility.
Vincent like packs everything back up because he doesn't want Nicholas to be mad that everything's just strewn all over the car now.
He's so upset about that. Like, the meticulousness that it was put in there. The weapons
As we passed by.
were serialized and alphabetized, and then not only that, they were in order of, well, they were stacked in a nice way. So, yeah, but he's outside now, and he's waiting to approach.
And is Willa May still in the car?
That's a good question. Who is in the car right now?
I think just Vincent.
Okay. She's probably going to be the last one to leave. She's just kind of sitting there. She's still in the shadows, just like she's there, but
Right.
yeah.
Do you want anything before I pack all this up?
Is there
He kind
something you would recommend?
of depends on what you're most comfortable with.
A pen and a paper, or the words in a book. The unlife is not something that we should take comfort in.
He kind of nods, agreeing with that statement. And then he
She
kind of
has something small and pointy, like a pen. She gets so creepy. But she does have the calligraphy pen in her hair, but something of that sort.
he kind of holds up the switchblade that Nicholas pulled out a few minutes ago. I mean, this is kind of.
She just takes it and stares at it curiously. Almost as if she's documenting every part of it, every piece of it. Like she's memorizing it to be written in a book. She kind of does that for everything that's near her. It's very odd.
He doesn't say anything. He just kind of notes that, like, okay, she's just staring at this stuff, studying it intensely. Weird, but okay. And then he continues to, like, pack everything up. If you're fine with just that, then I'm gonna head off in a second.
How did you find him? Where did you find him? Or did he come to you?
Vincent kind of like stops dead in his tracks as that's asked. He like leans forward, both hands on the seat. He turns and looks back at Willow. I mean, you could kind of say we found each other.
Like lovers in the moonlight.
I wouldn't say that.
Not lovers.
God, I wish Nicholas was there.
It's not even a question, it's a statement. Like she's restating that you said not exactly. And she said not lovers. It was...
No, he understands. He's just at a loss for words on how to describe it. So like you'd see him kind of like his eyes searching for a second and like looking back and forth. But yeah, he'd repeat, not like lovers in the moonlight or anything. More like two just lost people who found each other when they needed to. But he explains it so much better than I can.
She just stares. There's no look on her face of anything unless you like really, really look, but very much a stone. No, nothing really is spoken on her face. Not even that of understanding, but in her head, she's like, yes, I understand. And she's nodding, but she's not actually nodding in real life.
He would kind of think back to like all the earlier interactions and stuff. Be like, why do you ask?
Does he truly hate the shadows?
I don't think he does. He might hate what happens within them, but I think everybody does at some point. But honestly, that's probably something that you should ask him.
Once again, in her head, she's nodding, but there's no expression on the outside to give you that impression. She thinks she's nodding. She's not.
Just a straight deadpan look, just like,
Yep. Yeah. She just goes to leave the car without saying anything.
He'd kind of like slightly watch and like just blink a few times as he sees her like start moving to leave, and then just go ahead and finish packing up everything and close the glove box.
And so all of you have exited the car, and you begin to make your way in the dark to the location that should be the prince's manor. Is there any roleplay on the way there, or shall I skip ahead?
I mean, I could role play for hours, but let's just skip ahead so we're not here forever. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Vincent
Nah,
will
you
tell
good.
Nicholas that 𝕤𝕤𝕤 was asking about him, but like in a hushed way. Just to kind of prepare him, give him a heads up.
On the way in, Elyssa just like feels around in her jacket and she's like, wait, I thought I put all these away.
Yeah, you
That's
just
amazing.
Cheshire's nowhere in sight. You just find a taser, a baton. You think that's pepper spray? Like,
Okay. All right. Then we are going to shift forward. But before I describe the manner that you approach, I have to take a really quick bathroom break. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna run to the potty really quick, and then we'll be right back. Hey guys, we're back. Thank you for waiting. I would like to play a very particular song. As I described to you, this manor. Unfolding before you. Shrouded in a perpetual mist and buried deep within a forgotten stretch of forest. The prince's nocturne estate rises from the earth like a wound. Initially, you can see that time has weathered the stones of the manor, but not its menace. The face of the manor is like an old soldier's frown. The window's piercing eyes that see the overgrown yard before it. Ivy claws up the crumbling face of the old soldier like the desperate fingers of the dead. I would like everyone to roll a wits and awareness, please.
I got 7 sucks.
Sadly, I failed on all my dice.
It's okay, you're just baby.
I have 4 sucks.
Okay.
I have 2.
I have a messy 5.
Will you guys type it in Discord for me just so I can see?
Aye.
Okay, the 4, the 5, and the 7. The next part that I describe is for you, but Elyssa and Cheshire, or Elyssa and Willa, the property is surrounded by an iron wrought fence. The black iron of it, spires. They're like spires, and they pierce the sky. And it creates quite the silhouette against the clouds above that are swollen with a gloom. For those of you looking what seems beyond, this manor, this nocturne, is tucked away beyond a winding road. There is a perpetual fog that flits like silver mist, almost like the veil of a bride, waiting to be lifted. Though the face of the manor is that of an old soldier, the estate as a whole sits like a dream, twisted from shadow and starlight. Naturally, those of you that rolled higher, you know that in the daylight, this is breathtaking. You've seen photos. It's an otherworldly kind of dream. Part fairy, part Gothic, part Roman. The manor is made of gray and blue stones, and these stones are veined, not only with ivy, but in between them, pale roses. These roses glow during the golden hour, just when the sun is closing her eyes for night. These greens, these foliage, they twist around the wrought iron fencing that is harsh and foreboding, and they temper it They make it seem more like lacework, like someone who sews. They curve these vines into elegant constellations, the roses making up the stars. Upon deeper inspection of the foliage that crawls like a dream, like lace up the old soldier's face and fencing, you can make out alchemical symbols. The symbols themselves are preserved in the living foliage. I'm going slow so you can take notes. Everyone notices this next part. Tall cypress and yew trees surround the estate. That is an important note, because cypress and yew trees have a very specific meaning. Their shapes are sculpted as if by time to preserve their poses. These trees are posed like guardians in prayer. Though their visage is not necessarily humanoid in shape. Elyssa, you're the only one who doesn't hear this. Sorry, answering a whisper. The nighttime wind shifts, and chimes that sound as if they are made of glass ring softly in the trees. The air carries a sweet but cloying scent. Roses, layered over by a faint, coppery trace. The 7 and the 5 are the only two that make out the designs of these wind chimes. Celestial and geometric. The 7 is the only one that sees the chime closest to the main door, overhung like a servant's bell, but it maintains no noise. Mute as it dangles like a wisp of memory, waiting to welcome you within the nocturne's halls. The door of the soldier's face is painted in deep blues and shadowy violets.
I don't know, you fucking killed me.
You can make out faintly with your 7 pale silver sigils painted around the door's handle. Overall, the architecture invokes ritual. Every arch, every line, every beam arranged with impossible alchemical precision. What do you do as the wrought iron gate in front of you opens like a host with outdrawn hands?
I think I'm gonna take a moment, put up my hand like I'm signaling to like almost a squad of soldiers, like to wait a second. I'm gonna point out the wind chime missing a bell, because I remember seeing Willamay's bell when we're comparing what we found that was weird. And I want to use a power, actually, on the estate itself. I want to use Scry the Soul, because I'm kind of wary of all these alchemical ruins.
What do you scry? Oh, you scry the soul on what?
On the estate itself, you can actually look at a place.
Okay. So on the not the manor, not the fence, not the yard.
Just the entire
everything.
estate. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Make a roll.
I think I actually I even want to like blood search this because it's important. If that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That'll help me out. Good news is I did not get hungrier. I think I want to willpower this because this was a really bad roll. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
I only rolled 1 success on like 12 dice. Okay, that helps a lot. 6. I have 8 sucks for this.
8 sucks.
Scrying of this, yeah. Nice juicy critical in there as well.
You hear a high-pitched sound. It's a ringing, like tinnitus, in your ear. It's uncomfortable. And then within the aura, thick, pulsing, black veins twist from the nocturne estate. As they move, flecks of silver like winking starlight. The feeling is welcoming and dread. Without a doubt, Butch, there is magic on this estate, and quite a bit of it. Everything is made with precision and purpose. If this manor did not want you inside, it would be impossible to do so. But each of you bear with you your invitation.
I think I'm going to share this with the entire coterie because this is just not... This is on like the crazy end of what I've seen.
Okay.
Guys, there's some like crazy powerful magic going on with this estate. We definitely couldn't even come here unless we were all invited. It seems all of us have received a token that has welcomed us to this estate. I think this could be a very dangerous encounter. As my paranoia is kind of jumping off the walls here. I think we're diving into something big. And I just want to make sure all of you are prepared for whatever we may find ourselves caught up in.
Right. So, are you saying that the objects we found were from here?
I think they might be invitations allowing us to proceed. My powers are telling me that the place itself is both welcoming, but we should be prepared for something that's gonna
So we were chosen by magic?
In layman's terms, I think that's pretty correct.
And this is more to himself. He just shakes his head. I don't understand why us.
I don't think we need to understand why. I think we just need to keep clear heads and understand that we're walking into a dangerous situation.
Right. Weren't we told that nobody had come here? Like, this was the last place to check?
I think nobody was invited here, says Nicholas.
Oh.
I wasn't given something, however. And he looks at you, Vincent.
It seems like you're Vincent's +1.
Vincent will
Should we throw him over to find out?
I think that's insensitive to even ask.
I thought that was a joke.
Oh, I didn't realize. You kind of have to change the inflection on your voice.
Yeah, he gives you a little clap. Oh, it was a very good try.
I agree with Nicholas, actually. That
I'm
was a
quite
very good
proud.
try.
Good job. Good job.
You
Tone of
heard like
voice.
one joke and came up with one of your own. Good job.
Yes.
And just nods.
It takes a little while to get the hang of, you know? And not everybody's cut out for jokes.
Nicholas looks at you seriously, Vincent. Almost cutting you off, Cheshire, but he waits till you finish. There is clearly a lot yet spoken.
Should we go?
Should I go?
He's asking you, Vincent.
I mean,
Vincent's
if it's
like-
safer for him to stay back, he might as well stay back, right? I don't get the whole magic thing, but if you're saying the magic has invited us and he's not invited, I would, maybe just stay back.
I will go if you want.
Maybe if you could wait in a car, and if we need to escape quickly, that could be helpful.
I'm just not sure. There are some things, some forces in this world that you cannot ascertain the equations, the formula in which they use to extend their reach into the world.
Are you not a tool of the La Sombra? Looks at Vincent like questioning. If he is necessary for your protection, is he not counted as a weapon of yours?
Nicholas is looking
There's
at
still
you,
a
Vincent.
time and place for weapons.
I will go if you ask. I will stay if you ask.
Vincent kind of pulls out his candlestick. I think we should be fine as long as we both hold on to this as we go through.
Okay.
Are you fine with that?
He nods.
Of course.
Are you- He like gives him the "Are you sure?" look.
Yeah. I'd rather be there to protect you than not. So,
And then his eyes like cut a glance to Willa, or where he assumes she is in the dark. And I have other vested interests. You guys go forward?
Vincent would kind of actually kick the ground.
Nothing seems to happen.
He would be kind of looking to see if there's like red clay, similar to what was packed in the reliefs.
You dig far enough to find red clay. You do find it. Right on the precipice of the gate where you stand. Not interior of the estate, exterior, no red clay. Interior, the ground is churned. And that coppery flavor, that lattice work of scent that permeates the entire air of the Nocturne estate.
I think Butch is paranoid enough, knowing that like magic's involved, that he is gonna actually pull out his Luger. He's gonna keep the safety on. He's just gonna have it ready in hand because he's a little scared.
Cheshire's gonna pick up Nicholas, like a sack of potatoes.
Oh. He is incredibly uncomfortable with that.
Like, does not care that he's squirming.
Like,
and
actually slaps the back of your head like a cat. Whack, whack, whack!
Cheshire, can you put him down?
But
He needs to stay with me.
it's panic. It's like an initial, like, he slaps you like 3 times really fast panic.
And Cheshire puts a hand on Vincent's shoulder and like literally just puts him on Vincent's shoulder.
Okay.
Like as if he's like something to
So
carry.
I need you to roll a strength and melee. Or a strength and brawl.
Okay.
Because after his initial panic, he reacts.
All right. Question: does this count as grappling?
Yeah, that gives you some extra dice.
Okay.
Look out, my little hairy son. Excuse me. Thank you.
Hi, Harry, son.
My tiny hairy son. He's so handsome. Are you handsome? Oh my gosh, you're so beautiful. Oh, and my little co-host, who's the biggest boy. He's so handsome. Oh yeah, you're so handsome.
Like it. So to explain, kind of to the audience here, for Cheshire, he's like, oh, so he's if we like kind of objectifying, if you will, Nicholas.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's something important, you keep it close to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in a way, he's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna pick him up, and then we can carry him with us." You know, like kind of like a
Right.
pocket knife. So like he doesn't understand, I think, that concept. That's only a 3, so I did not roll well.
Okay,
Those days.
Nicholas got a 5. So after his initial panic, his knee comes up to your throat and he twists and he smashes you down on the ground, landing with his knee on your throat. And he's got both of your wrists and he says, "Please don't ever touch me without my permission again."
Ooh, is he gonna do that? He's gonna use blink.
Okay, you vanish from his hold and he straightens unless you attack him.
And he just pokes him in the back of the head.
Nicholas turns and he puts his glasses back on. Big round circles. "Please, don't handle me without my permission."
Looks to Vincent.
He adjusts his cardigan.
Vincent kind of shrugs at Cheshire. I told you he can handle himself.
So
Then he looks at Elyssa. "I would like you to stay close to me and Vincent. In the event that there is something dangerous, I will get you to safety."
Teleporting's a thing?
That's all she
Whoa.
says. That's so cute.
I'm sure
I mean,
you'll
yeah,
eventually
sure.
be able to do other incredible things, Elyssa.
Yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know.
It just takes time and practice. And you have all the time in the world.
I guess technically, yeah. Right. I mean, it doesn't look too bad in there. We could just walk in, right? Having seen nothing at all because she rolled no
Rolled a
successes.
0. Yes. Yeah, it looks yeah, it's a
Yeah,
little
looks
creepy.
great.
It kind of reminds you of some of the romances that you've read. There's probably a billionaire vampire in there just waiting to like
Oh no.
love at first
think-
sight trope, you know.
I think
Yeah, it could
caution
be
is.
real nice. You know, it could be real nice in there. It's kind of
I'm sure-
romantic, don't you think?
I'm sure it's a really nice estate since it belongs to our prince,
Right.
but it's
so let's
also very
go
well
find the prince.
protected.
He's probably just sleeping.
She.
Sorry, you're right. She. You're right. That happened. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would
it's a-
recommend having your invitation out. He says, waving his little candlestick.
Which also pulls out his key. I agree.
Okay. I guess. Pulls off like the bag she's carrying and just like pulls out the shears.
Okay.
You just hear the faint ding 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 of the rusty bell.
You just see Cheshire just pull out the disc, or does he? Because you think he uses a power to hide it in plain sight, like a card trick.
Nicholas, do you know what any of those symbols mean?
If I get closer, I could maybe tell you. I have an idea. I don't like where my brain has sent me, however.
Vincent would kind of turn to Willa May and kind of. Do you happen to have an idea?
I don't know. Does she?
Intelligence and occult.
Okay.
And if you and Nicholas put your combined powers together, so we'll assume the two
Okay.
of you are talking back and forth, you can have an extra 2 circumstance bonus to this pool. But that's if you guys take the time to wait just outside the fence that's open waiting for you, and you talk it out. Choice is your guys.
Was I asked to wait?
Pardon me?
If not, Alyssa's going forward.
If Elyssa goes forward, Butch is going to follow to protect her.
Oh, no. Cheshire would grab Elyssa by the back of her jacket and shake his head.
Whoa. Wait,
Like, no.
but we have to go in and do our job, right?
Information and knowing is always important for the plot.
I agree. This could also be time sensitive, though.
Then I shall make my observations fast.
I am satisfied with that.
I was just trying to do 2 birds, 1 stone sort of thing, but yeah.
Are
we
you
could do that.
armed?
No. I mean, yeah. I somehow ended up with this.
Just looks at you disappointingly, as if like concerned.
Wait. Did you teleport it into my bag? Whoa. Wow.
All right,
And
if that's-
just yeah.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, just like picks her up like under her armpits and just like just puts her beyond the fence and said, "Wait."
So you guys are waiting so Willamay and Nicholas can have a small scholar moment.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Intelligence and occult,
Yep.
Willamay.
I have been picked up and
Hey,
taken.
the 2
away,
extra
yes.
dice!
2 extra dice.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, and anything to do with the specialty in the occult that I have, or no?
Let me double check your specialty. Oh. Kind of.
Okay, so
I
just
will
roll
s-
without it.
It's surrounding that, right?
Okay.
So I'm having a hard time.
This is the roll without it. And if you want me to roll one more, can. I sent it to you in a DM.
You know what? I'll probably go with no. Actually.
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead and let chat know what you got.
Okay, I gotta count. My brain is now off. I'm just like struggling to count basic numbers, guys. Don't look at me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it -1? Am I minusing 1 here?
No, you're not minusing 1. You just don't have an extra one.
Even with what I sent you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes then? Would that be a success?
6 will get you some information.
Should I use a willpower, guys, and get more information? Dun dun dun.
It's
I
up
mean,
to you.
information's good.
Information's good. Okay, well I can reroll as many as I want, right?
Up to 2. Oh, yeah. So if you're using a storyteller willpower, you can re-roll any number that you'd like. If you're using a regular willpower, you can only re-roll 3 black dice. That is it.
Okay, this is the storyteller one,
Okay.
anyways. Which that gives me 1 nice extra success. So that's 7.
Okay, 7 successes.
That's all I got. Yeah.
Hey, it's still a good try. Big number.
These symbols that seem born of the natural world with 7 successes, it is changeling magic with a distinct network, a lattice work, a intravenous underground blood web, like the pulsing system through the manor itself. The manor is both alive and undead, 𝕤𝕚𝕤𝕚. And it has been spelled and worked for centuries to be thus. The magic that courses through its vein is pre-First Inquisition.
Oh, she's so intrigued. She's so curious. She's itching to catalog all of this information because this is within her chosen area of study, right? Lost histories, old things unwritten.
Vincent, Nicholas explains to you that this manor is both living and undead, a brokered deal between kindred and changeling. He says, I don't even know if we are going to be of the right mind stepping in there.
Changelings are known for their glamoring ability, and they feed off of the emotions of kind like me. Perhaps I am invited after all. And then between 𝕚𝕚𝕚 and Nicholas, before you get a chance to respond, he explains that these invitations, you will probably find locations within the manor and without, where they were once buried and withdrawn. Or they were taken from somewhere and dipped in the blood of the earth. Because that thing has something similar to a respiratory system, a nervous system. What do you say? Also, welcome in, Gang Feather. Thank you so much for the raid. Much appreciate.
Is
Oh, I thought you were asking what 𝕚𝕚𝕚 was going to say back to Nicholas. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was what everyone else is gonna say, because 𝕚𝕚𝕚's just like if I was, you know, who I was, I'd be drooling. Vincent, what do you say? That's what Dolly says in chat.
No, I was reading that. I thought she was asking what 𝕚𝕚𝕚 was saying back to Nicholas. Sorry. That's what I was. So, this thing is alive?
Alive and breathing.
And we have to find a spot for each of these? He kind of like rotates the candlestick in his hand.
I may have already spotted a spot that a bell could be placed.
We have a bell.
I noticed.
So, how would you make a mansion living? Like this whole place is living? Just like everything past his gate, or
How to make something dead breathe again, even if it does not need to breathe.
So you're saying it's kindred? So, okay, I don't know about the magic and stuff, but if we're looking for somebody who can't be found or hasn't been found yet, what if that person ended up becoming this place? Is that like possible?
I think this.
I don't know. Anything sounds possible now, though.
Why? A great prince. To fall so low. Why? I do not understand these magics.
Yeah, neither do I. I actually don't know how anyone does anything like, you know, the invisible thing or I guess teleporting. That's pretty impressive. Yeah,
So,
I just sort of figured it was something y'all could do or whatever.
is this something that can he be put back in a body? Or do we report our findings here?
I mean,
Would
I
you
don't
like-
mean to speak for everybody, but it did sort of sound like we either find the prince or we don't go back. Did nobody else get that feeling?
Oh, the punishment will be so severe. We'll wish we were never born if we don't find the prince.
Right.
Is-
So I don't think
We would
going
probably
back without
cease to
finding the prince is a
exist.
good idea.
Or
So
if we don't find word of him, says Nicholas. We just need to find out what happened to her. That's all.
okay, so we need something
And-
to say.
And thinking all of our little pieces interact with pieces of the mansion.
You said this was an invitation. So let's be
Shall
invited.
we-
I think that's all we have left to do.
Willa May has her bell out, and she goes to approach the door with the bell above it.
Behind her, Cheshire just starts looking around and has a knife at the ready.
Okay.
Vincent would make sure Nicholas is next to him and holding on to the candlestick as well.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I need to go to somewhere to trim trees. Yeah.
So you all step forward.
Mm-hmm.
The wind shifts just right once again. The silver chimes made of glass and metal jingle like a beautiful nighttime song. The smell of roses and blood is thicker inside the estate's gate. As the last of you cross the threshold, the iron-wrought fence, covered in clawing ivy, closes with a click. And you realize that the manor itself is towering. In many ways, an asymmetrical edifice. That blue-violet stone looks blackened. Each window stained glass. Most are tall and narrow. Their panes are cracked, and they are veiled in thick drapes. There is a dim and unnatural glow that pulses behind the stained glass windows on either side of the door. The pulse is never steady, and it is cold and calculative. Below your feet are set stones in particular patterns like a mosaic of the sky. This narrow path, if it could be covered with dust, you feel that it would be. It feels a little like Alice spiraling down, down, down into the thick of Wonderland. And then you make it to the yew tree, that guardian in prayer, holding the bell-less chime. Several of the chimes are shaped like an open circle, their interior containing a small piece of jade or metal that rings against the glass. This one in particular is overly large, and there is a thick opening at the top set up in the mouth of this piece, waiting. What do you do?
Cheshire looks to everyone who is probably much smarter than he is.
Damn, I took it out of here.
Looking around, is there a space where the bell she has in her hand would fit?
It looks as if it would fit up inside that wide hole. Like it should just click into place, but there seems to be a piece missing. But you still get the sense to try anyways.
She wonders how she's gonna get up there.
Does Cheshire notice her looking up there?
Very likely.
Cheshire just picks her up. Like, if he picks her, because he's tall, he's 6'5".
She grumbling! Just pieces of her start to break off.
And he
You
just
need to
says,
be delicate with her friend, Cheshire.
step. And he kind of pats his shoulders.
Nicholas gets down in front of her next to Cheshire on all fours.
Here. Use me as a stool and climb on his shoulders.
She is so hesitant. She's used to the ladders in the archive, but not...
Cheshire's just staring at her like, this is normal. Come.
She's gonna need to be convinced. She's like, oh god.
Is he
It's
too
like-
small? Do you need help? And he kind of puts his hands together to kind of like help give her a boost. As if that's like the problem.
She's just like looking at you with apt curiosity and climbs ever so gently on Nick's back to hop. Is he basically saying use him to get onto Cheshire to get into the bell? Or into the thing?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what he's saying?
I thought he just wanted you to use him instead.
No,
Like he was jealous. That's what I got.
I got that.
So he's using as like a step stool because
Yes.
when Cheshire went to pick you up, you like would crumble. So he cut in and got on all fours so that you could use him as a stepping stool and then either step into Cheshire's palm as Cheshire hoists you up or like onto his shoulders kind of thing. Because I imagine Cheshire kind of levels with Nicholas so that they create a little step ladder and then holding your legs or supporting you in some way, almost as if you were on some kind of drill team, he would then stand holding you.
Okay, got it. Yeah, okay. Let's give it a shot. But Willamay is so hesitant. Like, it is... You can't see on her face, but it is fear. One, she does not want to break, and two, she doesn't want to break others. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But she will trust She'll trust the process and she'll just say, my apologies.
Should I send somebody up into the curse first? Or should I send
Thank you for the step. And go to try to put the bell where she thinks it belongs. Can she reach?
Is there a roll? We can't hear you, Void.
No.
Oh no!
Did the mic
No.
explode again?
Mick
Yeah.
did. Mick exploded.
That's okay. Willa May is
Okay,
touching
can you hear me?
Nicholas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, okay. Phew, I thought it was gonna last until the end, but you know, it's kind of being a deliciousness. I need you to roll an academics and a dexterity because it is like slipping an old tome home within the archives. Finesse and calculation are required.
Oh, that's 3 successes.
That is enough. The bell fits in smoothly. As it slides in with a very metallic and subtle click and sheer sound, it rings in the night. And the front door, emblazoned with all of those symbols, opens with a click and the ringing of the bell. And then something curious happens. I need everyone to roll a wits and awareness, please.
I'm improving. I got a 1.
Yeah.
One's better than 0.
Yeah,
5 for
let's
Butch.
go, Alyssa. 1 success. Let's do it. Yeah, my literally
3
worst
sucks.
skills, guys.
The beauty of this is you actually only need a 1 to catch it.
Yes.
But you get more if you roll a 3 or above. Okay? So, the door opens, that cold, pulsating glow are lit candles. But the candle flame is not red, it is silver. The little decorations around the doorknob, they skitter like electrical pulses. But it's just paint catching the light, an illusion, a trick. And you read. And into the darkness they go, the wise and the lovely. Anyone that got a 3 or above, written underneath that, it says, darkness does not destroy the light, it defines it. And then a third quote. The boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy and vague. And then you see it. Vaulted ceilings. The manor's interior. It tells a slightly different story. than the old soldier and the gate. I did not have the proper soundtrack cued. One moment. Inside the manor's interior, that smell of roses is cloying. But the smell of blood is still just a lace glove fitted on a woman's hand. It's beautiful. Like a memory, most treasured in here. The design is geometric and celestial. Like the outside, the walls are painted in deep blues. Like the door, these walls are inscribed with pale silver sigils, but they resemble stars, moons, and sacred angels. Not the humanoid kind, but the rows and rows and rows of wings, the great circles and eyes. The architecture is surreal, meticulous. There is not a trace of dust, though it smells like dust, very faintly. For some of you, it's the scent of opening a very old book with very lovely words inked across its face. At the top of this huge, arched stairway, an old grandfather clock. It looms. There are no paintings surrounding the clock. The clock itself is this tall, windowed cabinet. It reaches almost to the vaulted ceiling. Its pendulum, however, has slowed and become unmoving. In fact, those of you that rolled a 3 or above, not only do you notice on the face of the clock it is adorned with phases of the moon, but the bottom medallion of the pendulum is missing. Underneath that crescent grand staircase, one door in particular draws your eye. It is made from a dark wood. There is no knob, but adorned around this particular narrow, dark wood door, there are candles. And the candles are set at very particular points. In the sconces, 6 candles are missing. Inside, it feels like harmony. A museum preserved to a feeling. A whisper rather than a shout. I need everyone to roll a composure and resolve, please.
Maybe my best roll tonight, or right now, anyways. I got a 2.
Vincent has a messy 4.
Which got a 5.
I got
Cheshire.
a 3.
Okay.
Cheshire got a 4.
Tears unbidden.
I'm just trying to see if there's any mechanics that I need to know.
All of you. But they only spill over for you, Elyssa. Written above that grand, beautiful, slender grandfather clock are the words, and in her smile, I see something more beautiful than the stars. I try not to look at her as if she were the sun, and yet I see her like the sun, even without perceiving. Whatever our souls are made of, hers and mine are the same. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
So many words. Cheshire's very confused. It's feelings. Why is Elyssa crying? Who hurt her? Does Cheshire need to stab the air?
Stab all the words.
The words are the true enemy. I was actually hoping I was gonna fail, so I'm like, ooh, I rolled a 2. No, actually, no, I rolled like 0 successes at one time, and I was like, maybe I'll get that again.
I shall note, all of this is written in blood.
Oh shit!
Thank you guys so much for coming to the trilogy part of this quad Camarilla mini chronicle. It has been a blast. Great Griffin, slightly less romantic and more serial killer. Hey, you don't know. You don't know.
What if it's a romantic serial killer?
I mean, I know some characters who'd find this pretty damn romantic. Blood writing? Oh, bitch, yes. Let's go.
I mean, it's somebody else's blood at the end of the day, so shrug.
Yeah,
Licks off the wall.
that's not
Hunger
my
sated.
Cheshire's gonna be like,
We're
Alyssa, like, why are you
all
crawling? This is
undead
weird.
here.
Stop.
You guys made it. You're in the manor. The Nocturne Estate. Woo! Woo!
There is a lot of fucking I'm with Sly on this one. I have suspicions as well. I was like, unfortunately, my character is not smart, but the player, onto you.
Hee hee. I hope you guys liked it. We'll see you again very likely in soon. I'll post in the Discord when this. I'll advertise a little bit better, and we'll do more Unclaimed and Camarilla game. Yeah.
There's more games in the pipeline, folks.
Yeah.
So stay tuned. Join the Discord. Follow the YouTubes. Get all that ready. Buckle in.
Oh yeah, baby.
Eventually, you'll get to watch all the Unclaims all at once.
Oh yes.
Marathon them.
You will be able to. It is soon.
Also, just to let y'all know, Brotherhood coming up today in the next 24 hours.
Bound by Night.
Bound by Night. Yay, ayo. Then this week we got Three Kingdoms. Nice. Call to Shadow, your weekly D&D awesomeness.
Your 12F Jesus will be there. You're welcome.
Yeah. The new and the new Pathfinder TTRPG, Spelljammer, Dungeons and Cuties making its return, Fallen Throne, and all that, and what else? A Dark Reign, all this and more. Join the Discord for more. Discord.
Join the Discord.
Yeah, but join in, find out, all these great stories, and hey, if you're ever interested in being a story, there is an application waiting for you. Yay! Yay!
What's our raid message gonna be?
Shit. I see you in the stars? I don't know. Ah!
Written on the walls.
Written on the walls.
We are illiterate.
Can't read. Can't read, send help.
Oh,
Dusty
shit.
plates.
Dusty
plates. I like that one. Quick, someone